Fight for the people every day, defending your rights. saw him stay. From himself up all eyes on him. And defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people they respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. How long them gonna know say that them fire can't cool? How long them gonna take our people for food? Now build no houses and now build no school. Take them off the handle but of the most I rule. They better stop criticizing. Cause them now face him. You know the man no lazy. All them are talk, them are the one who are crazy. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. We'll fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Take from him, step up all eyes on him. I defend the people, them set spice on him. Even politicians spread lies on him. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say them bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey, the man who hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people, them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. One hold the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in the army. No simpleton can disarm me. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw you stay. Them fight for the people every day. Risk them life for the people every day. Get criticized for the people every day. Defending your rights, I saw him stay. Them fight for the people every day.
Greetings and salutations, one and all. Welcome to Racing with Rattigan. How you doing? Some people still celebrating the Christmas. Nothing wrong with that. Christmas cake and eggnog for everybody. Sorrel round the corner. Yeah. Pour me a glass, please, and thanks. Alright, so it's another Saturday afternoon. For those who I haven't expressed greetings to yet, all the best for the Christmas. We know it passed, but still, in retrospect, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got what you asked Santa for, and or Sandy, as the case may be. But I hope you got your stuff. Yeah? Today, we're in for more of the same as we close out 2025. Are we going out to the bang? Well, that's for you to decide. But like it or not, we're going out. As usual, yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew here, hanging in the wings, holding it down with the rebel himself, the provost, Mr. Rattigan. But, you know, one thing is for sure. two things for certain. Anytime Will Rattigan is going to do a broadcast, whether it is his or someone else's, especially his though, the preparation is done, all information is set, but yet still, he is never ever quite finished. So those of you who have been watching since he came on the video, you notice his head was down. Yeah, reading another document again. Because one, here we go again. This man doesn't seem to read a document one time. No, he reads it the first time, gets a gist of it. Then he reads it again, looking for some things that jump out at him. The fifth time he reads it is when he picks out the grammatical errors. Because by that time, he knows what is coming up next. And if those of you in college writing papers, those of you who are journalists wanting to do articles, want someone to proofread something for you, here's your guy. This guy right here, Will Rattigan. Get him to proofread any document for you and you will be golden. Greetings, Mr. Rattigan, Provost.
Yes, Professor. Good evening, good evening. Good evening, one and all. All of our family members out there. We're not call you supporters, they're family. And you know what they say, we're no more than 6 degrees of separation apart. In our case, it might be like 2 or 3, So we consider everybody around your family. Thank you again for joining us. And just so you know, we weren't planning on doing a show this Saturday. We were planning on taking off a couple of weeks, but duty calls. And so we said, no, we have to come on and give the people what they want. And what we have discovered is people want information, credible information. They want to be educated. They also want to be entertained, but we don't do a lot of entertainment around here. It's mostly about educating and elevating people. And whenever necessary, we try to inject a little bit of humor into what we're doing. And sometimes we do it and people take it the wrong way. Kevin, the professor, will play something later on where some people thought that we meant something simply because of some facial gestures and whatever, and they didn't understand. They didn't listen to the words, so. But we'll get to that in short order. Season's greetings to all of you. And normally we think about doing a year in review, but so many things happened this year that it would be difficult to do a year in review and do it in 5 hours. So we're just going to continue doing what we've done all year, and that is to bring information to you, credible information. As you know, whenever we talk about things around here, we have a document, we have a video, not AI generated, things to support what we're saying. And today will be no different. So again, let me just welcome all of you to join us at Rattigan University with the provost, yours truly, and the professor over there, DJ Kevin, where you there, Stu? And folks, we continue to pray for our people who, believe it or not, continue to suffer in Melissa's aftermath. You would think that by now you wouldn't hear the word suffering, but the evidence is there, direct and otherwise, that people are still suffering. And we're going to play some videos today to illustrate how the government has not and isn't being truthful to us about relief, support. And I hope they don't take it in a like a bad mind context, because we're going to play what they actually said, and then we're going to show you what they actually did. And you can't call me bad mind if I'm using your words and your deeds to compare and contrast. You can't. So that's where we are. Again, welcome, welcome, welcome. The professor was talking about preparation. And believe me, yeah, he's right. I was looking at a document when my head was down. And I think most of you have know, you realize now that if you see me looking down, I'm not sleeping. Initially, years ago, people used to say, "Am I asleep?" But no, I'm not sleeping. It's a document I'm reading. I'm either reading a hard copy or reading it off of my phone. But believe me, I am reading. I'm looking at things. I cannot afford to come here and sleep. No. And as you know, most of you know, I really don't do much sleeping because my philosophy is whenever you sleep, you miss things, and we can't afford to miss things around here. For example, the SSL story, we didn't miss that, because we were up when that broke. We'll get to that as well. So we sat down today, and it was a lengthy preparation session. Even though we've been preparing all week long, there's so many stories, and I'm getting used to the idea of knowing my limitations. What do I mean by that? I was so optimistic years ago, and even quite recently, that if I put on 12 things on the paper, saying here are 12 topics I'm going to get to, that I would get to those 12 topics. And I remember the Snickers, producer Joan and the professor, and used to snicker, and I was like, because I would say, yeah, we're going to do these 12 things, and I'd hear the snickering, and I'm wondering what the hell's going on. But we're not too bright, so it take me a while to catch on. That I me, them must snicker about, because they must say, why, there's no way you can get these things done. And it took me, they say old habits die hard. It took a while before I actually came to the realization that, yes, you can't do 12 things in a 5-hour show, at least not the way we do them, because we're not doing them based on just headlines. We're actually digging and making connections and all of that. And so it's difficult. So today we had a lengthy session, and I came up with a whole bunch of topics, and they didn't snicker this time. They just laughed because I said, I don't think we're going to get to all of these topics, And OT was there, of course, Joan, and of course the professor, and they all started laughing. They don't snicker anymore. They just kind of laugh, So, but yeah, we have a really, really nice show planned for you. JPS. One of the things you should know about us right now, and we get tainted and tarred and feathered by both political parties, because what we do is we present the facts as they are, and we say, look, let the chips fall where they may, because we want our people to understand what's going on. The reason why we focus on the government is because they have the power of the purse strings. They have the power to spend your money, taxpayers. The opposition, remember, that's exactly what they are, the opposition. They don't have the votes to prevent certain things. If it requires a 2/3 vote in parliament, yes, they can stop it. But not a whole lot of things require 2/3 votes. Most of the things in parliament is a majority, and they have the majority. And they're in charge of policy and programs and initiatives. So why should we waste our time going after the opposition when they really don't have a say in the direction of the country? They can say some things, but they really don't have a powerful say. They can't really change things. So that's why we focus on the government. And we focus on the government primarily for them to realize what they're doing, realize that we know what they're doing, and hope that they will make a course correction. That's the whole purpose of it. We don't go to malign people, castigate people, say all kind of evil. And if you notice, when we say things wrong, we don't curse out people around here. And we have the utmost respect for the position, not necessarily the person, but the position. And that's why you always hear us say minister or prime minister. Rare is the occasion that we don't, we call them by their given names. We always attach the title, and that is out of respect for the position, not necessarily the person. So I just want you to understand that. And I say all of that to say this, that when we touch the JPS, you're going to find out that both parties are responsible for where we are right now. We're going to show you some documents that were constructed, were put together, were signed by both parties. And in the end, who suffered? You, the taxpayer. But again, we're going to focus on the governing party because they've been governing for the last 10 years. And whatever mistakes, whatever shenanigans took place before 2016, they had, and they still have time to change, to reform the document. And they didn't. They didn't. And in fact, they've made it worse. They've made it worse. So just keep that in mind, that when we talk around here, we're not talking on a partisan level. We're talking on a people level. We're trying to get the information to you because the information affects you. And having said that, it was kind of interesting, the group, we were talking today and we were saying, it's funny that SSL, suddenly it's big headlines now, big headlines. And we say, SSL is a private company and they haven't made a connection yet between the public coffers and SSL. They've made a connection between politicians and SSL, but they haven't made the connection saying that money came from the consolidated fund or whatever fund the government operates and went to SSL, except the investment by the various ministries. But I'm talking about the politicians stealing money and putting it. They haven't made that connection yet. But we can make a connection between 110 buses and 1.4 billion. We can make that connection, saying that money came from taxpayers' funds. We can make a connection about a drill that cost almost $200,000 when it should have cost only about $25,000-$30,000. We can make a connection between the 1.3 billion security contract for Sarah when they don't have anything inside it to protect. That's your money. And the list goes on and on. We can talk about land affecting taxpayers. What else we have, Kevin? I'm sure I'm missing some other things. We can talk about the 200 million for the rural school bus program that the Ministry of Education received in 2017. Nobody knows where that money went, right? We can talk about
plans for desalination plants. We can talk about
desalination plants, right?
Carpets that we can drive on for miles and miles.
Indeed. The 120 million, the 120 million that went to the Ministry of Education paid to the Joint Tertiary Commission. That money, they can't get back that money, and that money didn't serve any purpose, didn't benefit the taxpayers. We can't talk about all of that, So
the list goes on.
The list goes on and on and on. So and then when you tell people that, listen, we have to get up and fight for these things, the response is lukewarm to cold. But surprisingly for this one, for SSL, I mean, my phone blew up. OT phone blew up. Joan phone blew up. Kevin phone blew up. Say, hey, we don't need to talk. Wasn't have to talk about this. So we'll get to that, but we won't have much to say, because here's one of the things we do around here. We don't jump at headlines. We take our time, and here is why. Usually when you jump at headlines, you're going to make a mistake, because the first stories coming out, they're usually incorrect. So we're very patient around here. And we said, no, we will wait and see what comes out of this, because we don't know the full story. We're getting headlines and we don't want to go out and make comments. And then the next thing you know, the comments are incorrect. And then that affects your veracity and people's belief in you. Because if you start giving out bad information all the time, it's a turn off, So, but anyway, make we go to Producer Jones' work product for today. So here we go. There it is, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome to Rattigan University. All right. Of course, SSB, big up yourself. Welcome to the university where lies are dispelled and truth is upheld. We thank you immensely for that quote. And it's end of semester, people. We did the exam last week. And based on the feedback, a lot of you learned something out of that exam. I haven't met a single person, I haven't heard from a single person who said, I didn't learn anything. It was a waste of time. Didn't hear that. Next semester, what we're going to do is we're going to have... Go ahead, Professor.
I got great reviews. People saying how much they enjoyed it and how much they learned as they enjoyed it too.
Right. So next semester we're gonna have pop-up quizzes. So what that means is that we'll do a lecture and then we'll just spring a quiz on you. We won't tell you when. We'll just do it because what we don't want to do is just wait for 3 months and then put it on. We want to keep you abreast of all the issues as we go along, so that by the time we get to the end of the semester, the exam is a breeze. So there you have it. Shaping civic minds for a better tomorrow. And that's what the exam was about. Civics, and more civics. That's me. Turn a blind eye to corruption and you lose sight in your other eye. Jamaican government not listening to me. Here's what we're going to talk about today, the syllabus. An assessment of OPDEM. There were so many stories about OPDEM, and I don't think we quite understand what OPDEM is. Today, you are going to learn about OPDEM. You're going to learn about OPDEM and its relationship to the people of Jamaica, to the government of Jamaica, and to international partners. And you're going to understand why is it that the Prime Minister decided to put OPDEM in his office when he has so many things to worry about. He's got, 19 agencies over there, Professor, 19, or I think this is the 20th. Yeah, we think we have a view, we have a view as to why it's there. And in order to get to that view, we're going to have to give you a little background of it. And then we're going to have to compare and contrast the leadership, the different leaders that they've had. You'll understand. We're also going to take a comprehensive look at the history of and the issues affecting the JPS. We have the Electricity Act of 2015. I think we do. I don't know if I give it to Kevin, but we do have that. And we also have the license, that was granted to JPS, giving it a monopoly. Or continuing the monopoly. We have that. And then we're going to look at their annual report. We've had 2 auditors look at it. And quite interesting. If the government of Jamaica did what we just completed, I don't think they would have given that loan. But we shall see. And the last main subject we have, it's in its presence, governance structure, can the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council assist the diaspora? And people, we're going to reveal some things to you today. And we know they're watching. Because we hear that they're watching. And we have breaking, as Mr. Vumvavi would say, breaking news. We have breaking news on that one. So stay tuned. All right. There you have it. Faculty. Lecturers, we have Hope Wade. She's a candidate for the Northeast seat in the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. She's going to grace us with her presence today, and we hope to have a very informative session with her so that all of you can see, hear, understand her purpose, her reason for offering herself as a candidate. Professor.
Of course, greetings again. We want to be well engaged in this whole activity as we generally are, and as much as we enjoy being. The provost mentioned just now that we're going to have a guest, Miss Hope Wade. And while she's on, this is where we get to practice some of these engagement norms because whereas the phone lines will not be open, you still have opportunities to hear your questions by putting them in the chat. But you can only do so if you're an active listener, if you have an open mind, and if we're using the time wisely, because then you get to ask pertinent questions at the right time and it will be relevant to the discussion that we're having. So go ahead and be locked in, keen on those things, be present, and comment to contribute from a constructive standpoint. Don't just comment so that somebody can see that you're here. We know that you're here. If you want to say good afternoon, go ahead, do so. We acknowledge you. We didn't go calling out everybody's name today, but we see you and we appreciate of you being here. Celebrate others' contributions, even if it might be out in left field. Yeah, I get what you're saying. If you could expound on that a little bit more so that I can see where you're coming from, or that is not for now. Yeah, there's a time and a place for that, but not now. And so while y'all getting an echo, all right. So we'll just mute the provost mic and see if that changes things a little bit. You can let me know if it went away. In fact, I could probably check too as I'm talking with you. Right. So yeah, it went away. Enjoy the experience. Most of all, as we're on this journey to learning, you get to retain if you enjoy the experience. And we saw a lot of that last week as we did that little exam. It's good to know that you know a little bit more now than you did before when we have these interactions. So let's stay on top of that. Let's keep on with each other and staying active and involved, because an informed individual, and I say this, I have a shirt with it on it, from knowledge sprouts power. When you're informed and you have this knowledge, then you stand tall and stand proud when you're defending an argument. So let's stand in that place, a place of knowledge, a place where we can apply knowledge and be wise, and we can help to grow and redevelop our beautiful rock, Jamaica. Provost.
Yes, indeed. Let me see. All right. See this, people? This hit me like a ton of bricks a few days ago. Take a look at that and think of the role, your role, in holding government accountable. Your role as an individual or your participation in a community to hold government accountable. Look at that. Knowing is not enough. We do that a lot around here. We know things. What else must you do? We must apply. And it doesn't mean apply for a job. It means apply yourself to the situation. Make change. Look at the next sentence. Willing is not enough. You can will all you want. Well, not me. But you can will all you want. Unless you do something, willing is futile. Think about that. Knowing is not enough. It is good to know, but you must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. And folks, I'm challenging, I'm encouraging all of you to think about this over the next few days or the remaining days in this year. We're going to be off for 1 week. But when we come back, I want all of you to come with ideas to the table. It's not enough to say, well, we're going to leave it to Kevin and Will, to them. No, it's not enough. We need you to be involved as well. It's also not enough to say, oh, well, Kevin and Will, I say, it don't make no sense. And then you don't have a plan. Criticize us, rubbish our ideas, but put something up that we can all say, yes, this makes sense. This is better than what we were doing. Because what we're doing, we're trying to stimulate ideas. And we're hoping that by presenting, there will be stimulation. And so and remember, critical thinking. So you can look through what we're saying, and then you can come to the table and say, people, here is my idea. I disagree with your idea for the following reasons. Here's my idea. The people I love the most, the family members I love the most, are those who say, your ideas, they're good, but there are some problems. Here are some of the ways to solve those problems. I'll give you a no on the presentation, but I'll tell you how to make it a yes. We appreciate those people. Constructive criticism.
Yes.
We appreciate it. Knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. And here's another one. This one here. Do not pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure a difficult one. Do not pray for an easy life. Because life, in and of itself, is not easy. It's not easy. Life is not easy. So what you have to do is pray for the strength to endure a difficult one. And you know what they say? Things are difficult before they become easy. Think about that. If you ever have to do a task, it just looks difficult. And once you put your shoulders to the wheel and you start work and you start focus, before you know it, you finish and it's easy. And then now, once you do it once, then it's a piece of cake. You can actually teach people how to do it. Do not pray for an easy life. Pray for the strength to endure a difficult one, because as sure as the sun is going to rise tomorrow, you are going to have some difficulties in your life. And if you're not prepared, this is what this is talking about. This is talking about preparation. That's what this is saying. Prepare for the hardships of life. Well, we can deal with easy life, but it's not going to happen to almost all of us. We won't have it easy. We're going to have to struggle. So let's prepare for that. Hey, Professor Joan, the producer Joan slipped the one end for me now, Professor. She slipped the one end. Do not look where you fell, but where you slipped.
Yep.
It reminds me of a proverb, a Jamaican proverb. Them say, is not the man who is HIT in the bush, remember it. It's the man who step in it.
Yeah.
Exactly. Remember it. Do not look where you fell, people, but where you slipped. Yes. And here's the one. Again, the theme of preparation, the theme of doing something with the information you have. See this? The only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary. You know, S and then W, right? So success comes with, if you look at it alphabetically in the
Alphabetically,
yeah. Because everywhere else you're gonna roll up your sleeve and you have to do some work. And so to the people who say to us, Professor, it can't be done, y'all waste your time. In my mind, I might not say it, but in my mind, I'm saying to them, no, you are wasting your time, not me. Because I'm not dissuaded by difficulty. Because you know why? Here is why I'm not dissuaded by difficulty. This one. I pray for the strength to endure a difficult life. And once me get that strength, that inner strength, and say, yes, me I going to deal with it. And people have been through a lot. But by no means am I the only one. Most of you, if not all of you, right now watching this program, you've had some difficulty you have to deal with. And it's just a matter how many incidents of difficulty we have to deal with. But all of us face some difficulty, some more than others. So, and I love a challenge. I love when people tell me, say, you can't do it, or it don't make any sense, because my perspective is, okay, me I go show you. Me I go show you, say it makes sense, you know? So, all right, here it is. The semester, end of the semester today, really. And the spring semester begins January 10th. Remember that, people. We won't be on next week, Saturday. Tell your friends, your neighbors, or as Professor that said, tell a friend to, oh, go, tell a friend and what?
Friend of a friend of an enemy, enemy of your friend, and your enemy too. Tell somebody, anybody, everybody.
There you go. Remind people, tell them that we won't be on next week, Saturday, but we will return the following Saturday, January 10th. People see that. Please tell people, tell everybody you know, because I know what's going to happen, you know. Professor, I know what's going to happen. People going to call next week, Saturday, and cuss and carry on and complain and say, how come we never know?
What happened to the broadcast?
Yeah, I guess we should actually say it again, somewhere in the middle and close to the end, so that we get everybody. All right. Let me just move in. Let me just move right along. Oh, wait, we have something else here?
No.
Hey. No, we don't have that yet. When it comes.
That's what we're done. That's
all right, cool. All right. Here's it, people. Disclaimer. The opinions belong to the individual presenters only. And when I say presenters, I mean people who even call in on the phone or in the chat. Whatever they express, that's theirs. And their expressions are neither endorsed nor promoted by Reggae Global Radio or the Professor or yours truly. Just keep that in mind. And it is so important for the disclaimer, because we're going to show you something today that is readily observable. You know, sometimes you hear about things and you hear people say you said this and you hear people say you said that. Well, we heard some things and we're just going to put it to rest. Normally we don't do this, but this is so important for us as a community. You know, the so and the half-truths and the misrepresentation, that it's important for us to protect our reputation. And so we're just going to do this. But it's not something we will do all the time. Will the show here on Wednesday? Yes, we have a show on Wednesday. No Wednesday night. Who said no Wednesday? Oh, no. We have a show on Wednesday. We have a show Wednesday, and then we're off. All right? So, hey. Relax.
You sure about that? Provost, you sure?
Not for ask OT, but I
we're
think
gonna
OT, yeah. But for right now, yes, I have to talk to producer OT. But I would love to do it. I don't want taking a break, you know, people. I really don't want taking a break. I really don't want taking a break. But
Provost, you realize Wednesday is New Year's Eve?
Yeah, we do a New Year's Eve show, a short show. It not for be long. We do a short show.
Going to do a short show.
OT going to make sure it's short. Trust me. Between OT and Joe,
you going to get OT there?
Listen, between OT and OT, believe me, OT going to strangle me. I'm telling you, she's going to choke me. This show is going to be short, right? Right, OT? It's going to be from about 7 to 9, 2 hours. 2 hours, people. All right? So you have plenty of time to prepare for the celebration at midnight. Now, relax with the rebel. Now, last week, I was requested, people. You know, the last 2 weeks, the show turn up, as them say. And last week, I was requested to turn off the light and put some bass in my voice. And I complied. And the rest, as they say, is history. Now, tonight, we're going to create some more history, some more memories by playing. I would like to play 3 hours because, you know, and we have to big up Dr. Love. He's not on, and the professor explained why he's not on. He's going through some difficult times right now, and we're reaching out and trying to help as much as we can. And Dr. Love, you and your family, big up yourself. Just know that we're trying desperately. But I might take 1 hour from this time because I want to play 3 hours of sweet, smooth, relaxing jazz. Not straight ahead jazz, smooth jazz. So I'm going to start out with the idea of playing 2 hours. And depending on how things go, I'll just roll it over into a third hour. But believe me, the whole purpose of tonight's musical selection is to just have you relax, because it's been a tough year. It's been a tough year for all of us. And I think what we need to do is just kind of like just sit back, commune with our thoughts, just lose ourselves in the music and just relax. And if you go to sleep tonight while I'm playing, it's fine, because that's the whole point. You relax to the point where you doze off. I won't take it on a personal level, say, I bore me, I bore you. I'll just take it I'll take it as a compliment that I satisfied you, I relaxed you, and you had no choice but to succumb to sleep, right? As I use the word succumb, SUCCUMB, it reminds me when people say, I succumbed, this happened, right? So I succumbs, it happened. So when you sleep tonight, I succumb, take you go sleep because of that. So please join me tonight from 10 p.m. until you say when, but at least until midnight on Reggae Global Radio. And tonight we have some candles. I think we have some candles there, Kevin. We'll do it like Kim. We'll probably put up some candles. I'm not sure yet. But we're going to have the lights, and, we're going to just tone down the mood. Let's get you
Candles.
Yeah, I might do the candle thing. I'm looking around for a place to put up the candle. But are you a reason why I not have the place to put up the candle? You people is this man here. This man here is supposed to. But you know what? He might have more than enough reason now. He might have more than enough reason. And can't deny it any longer. He might have more than enough reason. The reason came through today. So I won't tell you why. But if not have no reason now not to be here and straighten out the thing. All right. Easy like Sunday with the Rebel or a Sunday program. The professor told me this week, in uncertain terms, that we have to get the program going again. I agree. We will. So stay tuned. Come read with Rattigan, the Wednesday program. The program is growing, people. And I'd like to thank all of you for making it the success that it is. Many, many thanks to the lady. She said, I cuss her out in person, but big her up in public. But she knows, say, I only mean well. But listen, many thanks to the lady who continues to sacrifice, who continues to believe, who continues to inspire. I'm talking about none other than producer OT. Bless up yourself, OT. And by the way, she's always early. Always early. She call me. Sometimes I run late, and like the professor, him know me always run late. So him just start him thing and just say, "Cho, we'll join whenever I want to join." But OT just, hold on. Marvin, some y'all set up breeding ground tonight. And Georgia Lynn said, losing self and finding same in Jesus Christ. He sees and knows. There you go. You have it, So there we go. And people, more want to know us. Big up this team, yeah. Believe me, we have a wonderful team around here. There is no dissension. Yes, indeed, we have difference of opinion, but it's done in a civil manner. And it's
We'll fight. People will fight. Some people just get up and choose violence, so fight.
No. Oh, yeah, some people, yeah. Yeah, there's one person, if allowed, there's one person in the group that if allowed, she would just, did I say she? So, and she knows who she we're not calling him, right? but it's a small. Oh, and by the way, people, we have some members of the group that we don't call out any names for some reasons. We just don't call out any names, So there it is. But it's a small group, tight knit group, and we love each other. Believe me, we love each other. So OT, bless up yourself. And let me just give out some shout out here. Thanks to all of you again for the support, financial, moral, and otherwise. And we have to say some prayers. Please continue to pray for Papa Trevor, Ma Jean, Bonnie Jump, my brethren, on the live. Big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself, big up yourself. Joanna Marie, the small boss, the big boss, the real boss. Mrs. Nelson, Bobby D'Souza, Mr. Baxter, Sassy Diva, Raleigh. Get well soon, my brother. Anita. Many. Enough prayers, Anita. Lakaleka, big up yourself. And Roland, man from out of the UK, big up yourself. We want big up the production team. That's a little team that we don't call any names. And we want big them up for their invaluable contribution to the program. And of course, many thanks to the tremendous force behind the success of this program. Couldn't do it without her. I call her, she's not only my friend, she's more like she's my sister. The magnificent Maven. That more than I call her. I'm gonna go look up the word Maven. Magnificent Maven. Producer Joan. Big up yourself. And of course, I'm saying behind every successful woman, there's a lazy man. So, well.
That is it.
Man, every successful woman, there's a lazy man. And that man know who he is. We're not calling the names. So that's where we are with that. So now we'll get into the program. And let me see if Kevin, did we put up the share screen? I can do it.
Yeah. It's up.
It's there. It's up. Oh, that's why you have this one. Oh, sorry. All right. Let us start with we have the one with the Prime Minister's his father. Because let's do that one there first, and then let me go to the what is it? The Integrity Commission. We have the Integrity Commission, PM Integrity Commission. Yeah, hold on. Unless I see
The integrity drop off, just the commission.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see it. There's something here I want to see. I want to see. No, maybe it's in PM. And I listen to the people, we're not on a rush or anything like that. We just have to take it easy, one step at a time. I'm looking for this, Kevin. All right. Hold on.
I have a good idea what it is. Well, let me just make sure I do a shameless plug here, people. Right after Reason with Rattigan at 8 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio. If you're on Reggae Global, you don't need to go anywhere else. Is the Saturday Stew. Yours truly, DJ Kevin Stew, putting on his musical chef hat and serving up some music to you. So come with the musical bowls empty, so we'll fill it up and just have a good time ringing out 2025, a precursor to 2026, and just vibes up, yeah? And then we turn over things to the Rebel. You get to relax with the Rebel. And
yes.
Whatever it is that you're going to do tonight into the morning, that's on you.
All right. Let's start out with the Prime Minister. Let's start out with him, and let me pull up the one with his father being interviewed. We have that one there.
Yes, in the videos.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. But we have so many. We have a whole bunch of videos. And I go blind.
Exclusive.
It
says
exclusive.
It's the one that starts exclusive. Yeah.
Me not see it. Look inside and help me there, please.
Because exclusive start with E. Why you doing at Y?
No, me not see exclusive. Me not see it up there. Me see electricity. Oh yeah, me see it. Me see E, electricity. All right, folks. Remember the Prime Minister Warren Kemper not up on GDC for voters to peruse. GA Farmer, good question. We're going to address that issue today. But before we do that, let's look at this.
Feel to be the father of the Prime Minister. It feels in growing up. Did you from a young age? Did he display the leadership qualities? Was there anything that would have said to you that this is a Prime Minister in the making? You know,
taxi business, which he tried to lever the people. Talking about two taxes, so he graduated, and when I went to look for him, I said, "What you doing?" He said, "I'm in the taxi business." I said, "How is it?" I said, "I have 30 taxis."
All right, guys, welcome to another exclusive feature from BOJ TV. Of course, I'm Kern Spence, and right now we are coming to you from St. Elizabeth, Goshen, St.
Impromptu venture. My last son, Kevin Mark Holness, aka Mighty Mystic, expecting more as the night goes on.
All right. So those of the viewers, who have not recognized by now, I told you I'm talking to Mr. Morris Holness. Mr. Morris Holness is actually the father of our present Prime Minister, Mr. Andrew Michael Holness. How does it feel to be the father of the Prime Minister?
It feels very normal to me because I'm just a father of a son. I accept the responsibility of guiding him, and I'm guiding him as a God-fearing person in the fear of God. And as time went by, he has increased in stature and in knowledge and in wisdom and in the fear of God, and which has enhanced his performance. So my role is really to guide him, not in his political thing, but his spiritual life. So that is we better off handling the people.
In growing up, did you from a young age, did he display the leadership qualities? Was there anything that would have said to you that this is a Prime Minister in the making?
He loved education. We just need to have a reasonable amount of education. As a matter of fact, one of the times when he failed, I think, one or two subjects in his A level, he came to look for me, and I saw him looking slim and worrying himself. So I told him, "Don't worry, you're just getting marked each day, so don't worry. Just fight back again, and do it all over." But apart from that, he was very entrepreneurial. I was in the pig business, and he was helping me here along with his other siblings. And so that we weren't really making much money. And he said to me one day, "Daddy, you have an empty storeroom there. Would you let us make some bag juice and you go and sell them?" I said, "Don't bother with that. We'll fight her." And another incident, when he was about to graduate, he came to me and said, "Could you sponsor me to buy 2 taxis, because I've checked out, and from my home to Spanish Town Center, I could get some money." I said to him again, "Forget that, go ahead and do your levels, and then you can come back out and work on." Of course, this taxi business, which he tried to lever the people. Talking about 2 taxis, so he graduated, and when I went to look for him, I said, "What you doing?" He said, "I'm in the taxi business." I said, "How is it?" I said, "I have 30 taxis on the road, and somebody will have to come up." But I'm going to get out of the business and go to somewhere else.
Okay. All right. So I have you made mention briefly about being a farmer. Talk to me, because I remember you when I was member of parliament. You being a farmer.
You're muted, Provost. You're muted.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, people. There's a reason why we play just that portion of it. Because, the taxi business, and if you listen to his father, if you believe what his father said, then there's a problem. There's a problem with what the Prime Minister told the Integrity Commission. Because remember what his father said? His father said when he was about to graduate, he said he wanted to get into the taxi business. When he was about to graduate, he didn't say high school or university, but when he was about to graduate. So we're talking in his early 20s. And his father said he came back to him and said, boy, mom. And then his father said he had 2 taxes, and his father said, no, no go, sir. Remember what his father said? His father said that. Then his father said he came back to him and told him that he had 30 taxes on the road and more at the wharf. Well, let me see where Mr. Holness tell the Integrity Commission. Now, here it is right here. This is the Sunshine Mobile Company, which is a taxi company. There you go. And you see what he said on the first sentence? He said, Mr. Holness noted that he was involved in the taxi business and before his entry in the representational politics owned 3. Not 30. Yeah, not 33. Not 33. 3, which he contracted to Sunshine Mobile Limited. And this is after he registered. When he registered the second taxi company called The Lido, he had as many as, not more than, as many as, meaning up to 8. Operating in Sunshine. And then he was supposed to purchase the company from a man named Bob Buchanan. I don't know if Bob Buchanan is related to the current Paul Buchanan. And I say was, if he was related to him, because this Bob Buchanan met his demise. He died. And here are the details. He was going to purchase it for 1.4 million and pay 15,000 a week. But guess what? Mr. Buchanan owed Mr. Andrew Holness money that he borrowed from Mr. Andrew Holness's loan company called Omega Bridge Finance. So that's one of the questions we asked. Where did he get the money to open up a loan company? So he loaned. See, people, see it right here. Now, them stories are now going on. No 90 wander around here. Look at this. See it right here. Mr. Buchanan's debt to Mr. Holness's company, Omega Bridge Finance, would be written off. That's part of the deal. Right? And in case somebody is wondering, Omega Bridge Finance, we never hear about it. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Omega Bridge Finance. That's one of the prime minister's. That's one of the prime minister's companies, right? So when you go back up here, it says Mr. Holness. So that's it. This is now we're talking about Sunshine, you know, the one where him start out with 3 and then him end up as many as 8, and all shares would be transferred to Mr. Holness on the last week installment of the payment of the company. But look at this. This is what Mr. Holness told them. Look at this. Mr. Holness said the company was not officially transferred to him as the owner died before the deal was finalized. And then Mr. Holness gets some money out of it. And then the rest is history. But the interesting thing is that, look at this in yellow, top, where it says the business activity, the assets therefrom, and the income derived were never previously declared from 1998 up to the date it was said to have been wound up and the assets sold. So this was never mentioned to the Integrity Commission. I find them fine now. Then here's the second taxi company now, the Lido Taxi Service. He registered it in 1999. Who was with him? I remember he got elected in 1998, 1997, 1998, 1999. Because the election was December 1998. And, you know, because of the back and forth with the election court and the constituted authority. Right. Yeah. Everything was settled in June of 1999. And in the same month that he won the election and went into parliament, he registered the leader. And who he registered with? Watch here. His wife, Juliet Holness. See that? and 2 members of his constituency as shareholders and directors. Right? And this business continued, here it is, this business continued operating until 2005 when the operations were wound up and the assets sold. Right? Now look at this. Look at this. Between 1999 and 2005, I guess when the business was sold, there are between 7 to 14 motor cars and 2 minibuses. So that would be, I could say, it's a 7 to 14, give him 14 and give him the 2 minibuses. That's 16. I remember the other one, 8. That's not 30. And remember what his father said. He said he had 30 and he had more. People, and here is what is key. Look at the yellow highlight. His connection with this company and its income was previously unknown and is now being brought in as proof of having had an additional source of income. Look at that. Look upon this, people. From 1998 to 2005, there's no evidence of accounting for this business and its income. 7 years. It'll make money. And remember now, he went into Parliament 1998, 1999. So you can't count the first year because he wasn't in Parliament until 1999. So from 1999 to 2005, no evidence. And there it is Omega Bridge Finance. So I can move that down. So again, you're hearing the information not from the professor, not from me, not from producer Joan, producer OT, or what you heard it from his father. His father said, my son came to me and told me these things. So if you want to believe the father, go right ahead. If you want to believe the son, go right ahead. But here's the thing. Remember that the son spoke to the Integrity Commission or spoke to the commission. And everything I just showed you, the document I just showed you, is a document that compiled what the son told the Integrity Commission. So unless him lie upon himself, when him say, I never reported this, was he lying? We don't know. But
somebody making up stories.
Somebody is making up stories. Somebody is making up stories. So that's that. Let me go to quickly jump to the second story. This is interesting. You know, we have a prime minister and he's now in charge of CARICOM. It is my belief that CARICOM, or at least members in CARICOM, they don't trust him. They don't trust him for a variety of reasons. I think they don't trust him because of the 28 bank account story, the commission's investigation. I don't think they trust him. I don't. I haven't spoken to them, but it's just my opinion that I don't think they trust him. Also, I can give you another reason, and this reason is this reason I know they don't trust him for this reason. The Minister Kamina Johnson desire to become the Commonwealth Secretary when she ran against Baroness Patricia Scotland. There was consensus in CARICOM that they were going to support the Baroness. And about, I don't know, weeks later, Jamaica said, we're putting up our own candidate. And it caused a rift to some degree in CARICOM because people are saying, we agreed on this. So why is Jamaica doing this? And then some people voted for her or supported her. Some people didn't support her. And we know what happened when they went to Africa, that they thought they had the votes in the bag, And that turned out not to be the case. But they really don't trust him. Now, we know the story about Trinidad, the new Prime Minister of Trinidad, and what she's been doing. And recently she put out a statement. And I want you to take a look at this statement. She's talking about supporting the US government in its action against Venezuela. But she said more than that. She said more than that. I'll show you what she said. Now, they have a bureau of the Conference of Heads of Government. And as you know, that's headed by our Prime Minister. And they made a statement. And here's the statement. It said that, sorry. Here's a statement. It said that they expressed concern about the restrictions that the US government announced on certain countries regarding visas and all of that. And you see what she said? She said, the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is not a party to the statement. So she's saying, you know, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, him and them friends, them and the rest of them come out with that statement. I don't support that statement. And she said, I acknowledge that they can express their own views. However, we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we maintain our own position on the matter, and we are in support of the US's right to make decisions to further its interest. So she's breaking away from CARICOM. She goes on to say that every sovereign state is responsible for its foreign and domestic policy choices. And so she's saying CARICOM can't dictate to me what Trinidad and Tobago should do. What she's actually telling you is that there is no leadership there. Look here. Trinidad and Tobago government does not bind itself to the political ideologies or foreign economic and security policies of any other CARICOM member government. So she's saying, Jamaica, where you, Mr. Prime Minister, and the rest of them can't tell us what to do. It is right here, member governments are free to make decisions in the best interest of their citizens. She basically sticking it to the Prime Minister. And you can't blame her because the Prime Minister has not come out with a statement representing CARICOM. We see where Jamaica has represented CARICOM at the UN when when they had the issue flared up in Palestine. We saw where they read a statement on behalf of CARICOM. Look at this. CARICOM is not a reliable partner at this time. Who's in charge? Who's running CARICOM? Who's the head of CARICOM right now? Prime Minister Holness. Look at this, people. She said, the fact is that beneath the thin mask of unity, there are many widening fissures, meaning that there is a chasm, there is a gap there that, if left unaddressed, will lead to its implosion. There are differences that if we don't deal with them, there will be no CARICOM. Here is another key sentence. She said, the organization, CARICOM, is deteriorating rapidly due to what? Poor management. Who's managing CARICOM?
Lacks accountability.
Lack accountability. Factional divisions, destabilizing policies. Look at this one here. Private conflicts between regional leaders and political parties, and the inappropriate meddling in the domestic politics of member states. That's the plain truth. She basically said, Prime Minister Holness, you don't have the support, the gravitas, the moral ground to come and lead this organization. You don't. Look at it. CARICOM cannot continue to operate in this dysfunctional and self-destructive manner as it is a grave disservice to the people of the Caribbean. The Caribbean community must face the rot within. I thought that's why the Prime Minister was there to deal with all of these issues. She says the Caribbean community must face the rot within the organization with transparency and honesty. 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 Hiding behind the glibness of diplomacy. And you know, my favorite minister, she just loves to do that. Loves to display airs of diplomacy. But at the core, she's a rank amateur. And all the people around her, they're amateurs. And I can give them examples of how, I was going to say foolish, but how inadequate they are as so-called diplomats. Most of you have seen the one with the diaspora policy where they criticize the Trump administration, the first one. Them don't want the Trump administration to see that, and they embrace the Biden administration. So Biden going to do a lot more for us for immigration. Hiding behind the glibness of diplomacy, fake sophistication, and false narratives is self-defeating. See that? Look at this. Now, whether you agree with her or not about the support for the U.S. and her condemnation or criticism of the Maduro government, whether you do that, the one point that you can't run away from is that she's right when she says CARICOM is in a state of disunity. You can't complain about that. And I see where Pearlie says she's a puppet too. Pearlie, I won't argue with you on that. In fact, I'll give that to you and say, okay, make us say she's a puppet. Let's just say she's a puppet. The one thing that we cannot argue about is, well, certain things we can't argue about is that CARICOM is led by the Prime Minister, and CARICOM is failing right now. And as a result of that, she's saying, I'm not going to be a part of this failure. I'm going it alone. And look at right here. She says, our citizens can rest assured that I will always make decisions that put Trinidad and Tobago first, not CARICOM. Look at the second sentence. CARICOM will not determine our future. Only the citizens of our country will choose our path. What she's saying is that, Mr. Prime Minister, go to hell. You can't talk to me. That's what she's saying. Because if you're going to come tell me about what CARICOM wants to do and this and that, I am going to look inwards. I'm going to look to my people, my country. And if what you're saying doesn't suit me, go your way, I go mine. And Trinidad and Tobago is one of the most active participants in CARICOM. There it is. And Delia Roberts said, those words from TTPM worse than what she told Jamaica years ago, that Trinidad is not an ATM machine. So our Prime Minister is there now and have all the trappings of being a leader of our country, Jamaica, and a leader of the region. And he's feeling miserable on both counts. He is. So Alan said, so within 2 months, Andrew is being blamed. Alan, I tell you what, he didn't join CARICOM 2 months ago. He's been there. So he knows what the problems are. So he should be the first one to come out and say, listen, here's what we're going to be doing. Because this is not, remember, it's rotating. And the members are there. So they all see what's going on. So it's not as if that he's there and he's brand new and he doesn't know what's going on. That would be a plausible argument that you're making. But he's been there for quite some time, at least for the last 10 years, right? He's been there. 2016, 9 years plus, right? He's been there for a while. So he sees what's going on. So he should have come out with a statement right away and start doing things. With this, Alan, you can't give people honeymoon period. These are serious matters. You don't get honeymoon when you're in the relationship for such a long period of time. You know, that it doesn't work like that. So he should have jumped up. And when was the last time you see him come out and make a statement on behalf of CARICOM? When? When was the last time? The Prime Minister is caught between a rock and a hard place. Larkland is correct. China is a big, big problem because remember, he made a statement one time saying that the reason why China is so active in the region is because the US didn't pay attention to its backyard. That statement didn't go over well. And China is ever present in Jamaica and the rest of the region. And have we seen him come out with a statement about China on behalf of CARICOM? Have we seen that? No. No. So let me move this. There was another article here, Kev. Oh, it's this one here. Where, look at this. This is what we're talking about. CARICOM silent amid threats. And this is from Minister of Homeland Security, Roger Alexander. And what he's questioning is that CARICOM doesn't have any leadership right now. Doesn't have any leadership. Look here. It said that when threats were made against Trinidad and Tobago by Venezuela, there was a zone of silence. Something should have been said. And, you know, they talk about CARICOM being a zone of peace. And it says, no, CARICOM is an unreliable partner. And I can tell you that without Trinidad, CARICOM going to fail. CARICOM is bound to fail without Trinidad. Look at this. Look at this sentence right here at the top. Where he said, the Prime Minister was, the Trinidad and Tobago Prime Minister was correct to call out CARICOM on what he described as its facade of having a zone of peace. How we not hear nothing? How we not hear nobody come out and talk about the zone of peace? And then, for poor costs in our eyes, this way put, Trinidad and Tobago and Jamaica have battled record murder tolls of over 600 plus. That's true. He said there is no zone of peace. There's no zone of peace. So, let me move this, Kev, and let me just get your opinion as to what you think about the Prime Minister as the leader, spokesperson, so to speak, for CARICOM, considering what's going on, the geopolitical imbroglio. What's going on?
Well, first things first, as a leader, there are, of course, the unpopular things that you have to do. But outside of that, there are also the common goals of the collective of those whom you lead. I haven't heard of him getting the collective stance and presenting it to anybody. I haven't heard him defending any particular nation within CARICOM. I haven't heard him doing anything as a leader of the Caribbean community. So I don't have anything to say about him leading CARICOM at all, because I haven't seen where it is done. And it's hard to see or fathom why it is that he would even continue to be considered as such if he's not doing anything to defend the group with which he's leading. Why are you there? And if you can't say, see what I am doing in my backyard, here's what I'm going to do. I will do the same for our collective backyards. Why are you the leader? I keep coming back to that. For what? You can't have unity in your own home. You want to create it in your extended family? By doing what? Because somebody's going to get a lie. And yes, there are many that are supporters of parties. Of course, because, well, I strongly believe it's because they don't really know much about policies. And so they're told, hey, this is what you do, having been born in this area or that area, or this is what the other people had done back, and the one negative thing or the two negative things, and you can hold a strong argument with it, and that's fine. But what is the rest of it? Come back to policy. Come back to, here it is. This is what we said we were going to do for you. Where have we done it? And if you can't do it for those that you have direct interaction with, the people of your own nation, how are you going to do it for an extended area? It cannot be do.
Okay.
So, whereas he is concerned with that leadership role, if I am grading, it don't go past F, but it get a G. I don't know.
Well, what I'd like to do, Professor, is that, I sense your frustration, and I sense your frustration of a lot of people in the chat about the role being played by the Prime Minister, the role not being played by the Prime Minister. And whenever we do things like this, people just keep in mind, we're trying to educate you as well as the government about what's going on. And the whole purpose is for the government to take stock and make change. Take stock and make change. That's all. We're not advocating violence against anyone around here. We never did, never have, never will. That's not who we are. And if you notice, we don't scream around here, and we don't call people, we don't call them names or anything like that. And there's a reason for that. I'm not saying whether it's warranted or not. I'm just saying that's not our style, right? Different people have different styles, and different styles are effective for different reasons. If I started cursing and carrying on, people would question my action.
What is going on?
They'd question what's going on, because that's just not my style. That's just not. Am I saying that it is wrong? I'm not casting aspersions on people doing that. All I'm saying is that that's not my style. That's not our style around here. What we do is we state our positions, and we put up supporting documentation, or we put up evidence of it, whether it is a video or a document or something, and we challenge people. We said, don't take our word for it. Please go ahead and look at this document. And the documents are all available. If you can't find them through Google or some other search site, you can always find them on our website. One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net, OJLDF.net. You go there and you see all of these documents. They're there. We're not hiding anything. And I say that to segue to this point, that we normally don't respond to people saying, oh, them this and, bad man. That not really count. But something happened recently, and I'll just leave it to the professor to kind of introduce the subject, and then we can play a video and let people make the decision for themselves.
it's a number of things actually, and it's interesting that they all pointed to the same thing. Through 2025, there has been a narrative. There's a narrative of this broadcast being politically driven and politically influenced and politically motivated, and leading into the elections that was amped up even more. A lot of people are aware that ISAT was a regular panelist on this broadcast, and he went on to represent Southeast Portland for the People's National Party. So I guess that gave some more the reason to believe that this platform is politically inclined and versus policy driven. And so there were a number of things being said. And I thought it was important that some of it be addressed. And on a few occasions, the narrative was that we even mean to do harm to individuals, or we are endorsing it. And I want to bring us back. I had lost connection with your computer, Provo. So if you could just, you have it queued up already? Right. So there's a particular video that has been referenced a number of times. But the problem is, as Isaac would often say, taking things out of context. Context matters. And people talk this way about the Bible and say the Bible contradicts itself with certain things. You read here and you read here, but you can't, just like with the Bible, you can't just take one segment and let that stand alone. What happened before, what happened after? And there was talk of us on this platform supporting the termination of life for the Prime Minister. Now, those of you who are here, I'd like for you to, some of you probably missed it because you weren't a part of this platform before or at that time, I don't know. But those of you that are here, I'd like for you to go ahead and give us your feedback on this particular segment. Provost, please.
Connected. So I just don't want him to think I'm being disrespectful.
All right.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah. Good afternoon, my brother.
Good afternoon, man.
Yeah, man. You know, when we think about the Prime Minister here, this Prime Minister here, believe me, he have him foot in a poor people neck. I mean, I tell you, say, the man, if he put him out in the square and hang him, make him world see him, the wickedness when do, man. The man do to poor people, man. The man, they need to hang, you know.
Hold on there.
The man, they do too much. Ratty. Jesus Christ, man. What a criminal like that. Ratty. You hear me?
Yeah. I'm hearing you.
Yeah, man. Me say, man, me want one thing me wish for that man. The man have so much up his sleeve. That's why me no want to go into it. The man they fit catch and hang in a middle ice cream, make a world see him. I one of the wickedest man me say come cross the ocean, man. Believe me. This same boy Andrew Wall is there.
Well, call up. Here's what me know say you know, emotions are run high right now because me know you don't really mean that, right? Because if you really mean it, I'm gonna ask you, so would you do it?
But let me tell you something, Ratty. Me a revolutionary man.
Okay.
If me get the chance to do it, me do it. I'm not lying you. I tell you that. Me get the chance to do it, me do it. That the man then, up to God, up to God would I smile. Somebody stand up.
No, but here's the thing, right? We don't support them kind of thing. And I'll tell you why. Because we're a democracy. And if we go back to jungle justice now, where if you disagree with somebody, then you take them out, then just think about the kind of society we are gonna have. Look, you disagree with the voting results, and you're angry and you're upset. And we understand that. I mean, I wanted a different result for a different reason still, because what happens is that I'm thinking about the people, not about party. I'm thinking about the people.
The people of Jamaica, me think about my brother. Me not think about no party. The people in Jamaica, we are suffer, brother. Right. And all this money, this man a thief, left, right, center, and a borrow mining family alone. And let the people them down there fi suffer and dead. Why should I not wish that for him? No, if he can't so wicked to the people we're put in there. Oh God. To protect the people them asset. And the man instead of protect it, he might tear it down. Right. What kind of man that? What kind of heart in God? Think about it, Ratty, man. Some people, you know, if you have mercy upon them, man. Some of them, yes, you can't have mercy, but this one, yeah. But he might move like a raging storm. It come like a Gilbert. It pass you and that tear down the people in place, man. A real Gilbert.
But here's what I'm gonna ask you for though. Because like I said to you before, that's harsh and we can't support it. Me understand enough. Me understand. So you're really, really upset about what happened, right?
Blood drop around. Man.
Yeah, but here's what.
Feel it, people them, man. They feel it day and night. You can't sleep.
But here's what. No. I'll tell you about something where you can do and then you can't sleep. There are ways that you can go about addressing the issues without a call for violence. And one of them is this. Sign the Magnitsky petition. Have you signed that petition?
No, I'm not signing yet, but
right,
go ahead and do it.
All right, and hold on. There's another one in the Magnitsky alone. There's another one for the Auditor General about the school bus. You never see that one up on the screen a while ago?
Yes, me see the one up on the screen.
You take a picture of it? You take the picture of it?
Yeah, man, me take a picture of it. We got everything. We got everything packed down right now.
Well, here's what now.
So that's how we are talking to you. Me just turn off the TV because I turn off my instrument to talk to you.
But that's how we are going to deal with the problem. We are dealing with the problem in a civil and in a legal manner. All right.
As a top man, help me out, man. You can't invite the American FBI night, man.
You know that we are trying to, man. But if you,
Jesus Christ, that we want the man tear down like when Gilbert passed on, tear down the tree, them and tear up people rooftop. And the rest of them obviously happen to him, man, you know, man.
Yeah, but
man not no heart to nobody, you know.
No, but here's what happened. Here what happened. This is how we have to do it. We have to do it in a legal
manner. Be the column of Jamaica, my brother. But you know you're Jamaican now. Be the column for the poor people. But then they can't manage it.
No, man, Antigua, I come from.
Walk over the man that take on the man.
Hold on, listen, I come from
left, right, center.
Hold on a second. Hold on, listen, I come from Jamaica. Antigua, I come from, man.
Antigua?
Yeah.
Rebel, do better. So do better. But
no,
I was slow down, you know. I was
slow him down. Him slow down now, promise.
Yeah, but you're not
so, I want you pause it here for a second for me, please.
No, Brethren, listen. No, I joke now, man. I'm just slow you down.
Pause it just for a second for me, because there was a comment here, where Mark S says that conversation should have been shut down the second he said it. You gave him too much time on the floor to spread hate. All right. Now, Mark S., I don't know how much interactions you've had with people in crisis, but what you do is reach them where they are. I don't know how much empathy you have towards other people, but a person who is going through it, first of all, wants someone to hear them. More so, they want someone to listen to them. More than just to hear them. They want somebody to listen to them. So they need someone to be there and to accept what it is that they're feeling, to show empathy. The only way to reach someone like this is to hear what they have to say. You shut them down right where they are, and you don't get to reach them. You see where we had gotten to, where it was a matter of comedic intervention to bring this man down to a point where you can reach him so that he would move from a place of committing an act of violence to a place of more rational action, to let lawmakers do what lawmakers are supposed to do. And this is one of the things that I want people to understand. Yes, we could have cut him off and shut him down early, but that is one person that you would not have reached, and others that were in the same moment as him, feeling the very same way that he was feeling, you wouldn't get to reach them either. This is something that some are taught to do. This is something that a few learn innately. But if there's one thing that is for sure, those with a little bit of social psychology or psychology training or teaching or reading would understand that to reach someone, just like people are commenting, to de-escalate, you have to reach people where they are. There was no other way to get that man to receive what was being delivered, but to reach him where he was. It doesn't stop there. Provost.
Because your emotions are run high, so I have to try and slow you down. You know, just stop and think about the things that we have said. Help you out. Do the petition, do the letter, and let me do the rest side. We, Kevin, and the rest of around here, we will do the rest side, which is to deal with it in our legal.
Right. So long as you're on my side, you have a problem.
No, I'm not on your side with the killing business. No, I'm not on the side with the killing.
I watch you day and night, boy. I type of word and I come out of your mouth. You move me, brother.
Okay.
Move me, boy.
You never move you to go hang the Prime Minister, though. Don't make it move to hang the Prime Minister.
All right, my brother. Take care of yourself.
Just, yeah, man. One love Rastafari. You hear that?
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
Manners and respect again.
All right, sir.
Yeah, we're not moving people to hang or commit any kind of violence towards anybody else. I understand your emotions run high, and it's something to be emotional about if you care.
Mm-hmm.
Now, those that don't care or care about themselves only, then you might have a different feeling. But when you care deeply about your motherland, then we can understand when things that are being revealed, such as this, are a great travesty against the people of Jamaica and are being allowed to continue. We understand the emotions run high. Don't go do nothing like that about it. The ways that we are telling you to go about it are the ways to go about it. Right? So what is due to Caesar can be given to Caesar. Sign the petition for the Magnitsky Act, do the letter to the Attorney General. And as we grow, because remember, I need to continue to remind people this has never been done before. So all that we're doing now, as we take action, these are new actions. Go and do what has been, this is your assignment, your homework. Magnitsky Act, sign the petition. Auditor General has a space where you can write to them and say, listen, I'm a concerned citizen, and that's all you need to sign it as. I'm a concerned citizen, and I'm asking about this bus buy. Look into it, because I don't believe say it right. Whichever way you want to word it. If you don't want to use the words that Rebel gave you, that's fine. Use your own words. You know what is happening. Just take this as your course of action. Don't go throw no rope. Don't go buy none. No. Terrible.
We'll just send you a video. If you can put it up, please, someone can play it. I laugh because Taya didn't laugh. Taya said, Ratty said, I'm not on your side with the killing business. No. No, but you know, the gentleman who called, you know, we can feel the passion, we can feel the emotion, we can feel the hurt. I understand that. But in the end, we have to try and kind of like, you know, bring the temperature down a bit, because it won't do us any good if we start talking about, you know, killing people. But I understand where I come from, but we can't support the killing thing right now.
Yeah.
We can't support the killing thing. Not even right now, we don't support it. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Hello?
Yes, sir. Good evening. How are you doing, man?
I'm fine, thank you. Oh, you just called a while ago, right?
Yeah, what may I say? I know. The call was just called a while ago, right?
Uh-huh.
We know you don't agree with the call still about the killing thing, you know, but listen, then the man that deserve dead still, you know, then the man.
Oh, hold on.
Then the man that
No, brother.
stay alive. I say for me, look at tell you what me I do. Me never hang me. I put him in the street and pack some rubber tire around him. And light rubber tire.
Hey. Hold on.
You need to kill the crocodile.
Hey.
Yes. So you have to kill the egg. Then the man if it's dead. Then the man if it live. Then the man doesn't lead people.
Hey.
When me attack with emotion, but it hurts.
You not hear me, rebel. You not hear me.
The big man thing I tell you. Me know say and Kevin no agree still, you know, but trust me, you know, you say where Juliet always going with, all right, now my consistency, you know, and I tell you, right now, I tell you, boy, you don't know how long thing I go happen for, you know, before we Jamaican people really open our ear, you know, because I want you can tell you, I'm a straight comrade, you know, I'm afraid. And no politician can't pay me no money for vote. Me vote for free. Because me vote for policy.
Okay.
Before policy and decency. So when you hear the emotion in the people and voice, you have to work with them. You know, he's not you know, agree with it because he's a man of last still. But listen, me, all of my family members in my house, we signed the petition from I think around in June.
Yeah.
But me just hear about the new one this evening now. So we have to work on that one then.
Yeah.
And we can tell you, if we could have signed 100 times, we signed 100 times because me really want to see this regime go down. I mean, I tell you, it's not just him alone, you know, it's a crony of them, you know. I mean, I tell you, you know, but just as you say, you just want world one, and from his squeal, I hate that.
Yeah, see, my brethren, hold on there. You see, as some I tell us if you do the thing, you know, make we do the proper investigation. Make we get to the point which part why the whole thing's civil, because there are rules, you know, for governed society. And if we start to, well, we don't like this and we're going to take the action on this and that, then it get out of control and we're going right back to where we no want to go. So just all of those, sign the thing. Just sign the thing and just leave the rest to me. Please, may I beg you.
Yeah, man. Me signed the petition already. I've been telling you.
And the letter.
The letter, the new one.
I just the next one you have to work on now.
All right. Work on it for me today and we'll talk soon. All right?
All right, my boss. Continue to do good work. Kevin, big up.
All right.
Much love.
All right. People, Kevin said, we'll say the views expressed are those of the
callers and guests.
Yeah. And everybody knows me not support the violence thing. When we support though is the justice thing. And when we say justice, through the established justice process where somebody you get the evidence, the person is arrested, the person come for a trial, and if the person is found guilty, then the person go to them time. If them appeal and them lose, then go continue them time. Them win, fine, them get released. But I think we have enough evidence to put this Prime Minister, to put some pressure upon him. I think we have the evidence. Caller, good night. Welcome to Reason with Rattigan. Where are you calling from?
All right, I think we're both muted. You're still muted, Rebel.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I don't see where somebody now could actually come out and say that we support killing anyone, including the Prime Minister, because that's not, we said it. And even one of the callers said, look, I know you and Kevin, you guys don't support this.
Right.
We said, no, we don't support it. But like you said, sometimes you find somebody, you have to talk them off of the ledge. you know, whether through comedy or some kind of reasoning or whatever, because this was right after the election and people were, you know, emotions were high, people were upset and all of that. And like I said, look, I understand. You wanted a different result and you didn't get it, but that's no reason to start advocating violence. And we will never advocate violence around here. Never. So we just make that quite clear. Professor.
This is also not the first time I'm hearing somebody asking if this program happens for entertainment purposes. There might be laughter in the presentation, but one thing is for sure, this is not for kicks and giggles. That's for sure. Time that is spent looking through documents and presenting said information, even more so, allowing those that are listening to go and find the information themselves. We never just present information that nobody can find. That never happens here. So when you go and you find the very same information and you come to a different conclusion, you now have the opportunity to say how it is that you come to your conclusion. And now we can talk. Mute for just a second for me, please, Provost. No, at that point we can talk. Because you have a standpoint, you have no supporting evidence for your position, and we have a standpoint, and we're looking at the same information. So now is it open to interpretation? I guess it is. Let's reason and see where we come. Yeah? So when the opportunity comes and you can come on a platform and hear your side, like on a Wednesday night, where it's more open and free-flowing, please take advantage of that. Present your information, present your position, and we can talk about it. Or we can even go a step further. On the Saturday, we can go ahead and arrange that we sit down and have a debate, or with a moderator, you present your argument and we have a discussion. We can have a panel discussion, not so much of a debate. We can have a panel discussion. How about that? And then we take it from there. Anybody that has the same information that we have, you present it the very same way. And let us have a discussion. That is my ask of you. And we can arrange for it in the new year. So y'all out there listening, put it in the chat. We can make it happen. Provost.
Indeed. It's an open invitation. And we have invited members of the governing party. We've invited members of the opposition. And some members of the opposition, they've opted not to come on the program. And all of the members of the governing party opted not to come on the program. But we don't pull punches around here. And and we'll show you something later on where I've said to one politician, that a member of the opposition, that the message that he's espousing, message is a good message, but he is not the right messenger. I can make the argument that he made. The professor can make the argument that he made. Any one of you could make the argument that he made, but that politician couldn't make the argument. You know why? Because that politician was accused of doing the same things, plural, that he's complaining about another politician doing. And he's a member of the opposition and he refuses to come back. And that's fine. The show must go on, you know, and that's where we are. Now, what I'd like to do at this point is, let me just show you something, because, you know, people talk about, oh, you know, the Singapore and Jamaica. Singapore stole Jamaica's, well, Singapore borrowed Jamaica's economic plan and is now a powerhouse in the world, not just in the region. And part of that is because they don't tolerate corruption. And whenever I hear people talk about Jamaica trying to become Singapore, I say, well, let me see if I can find a message up for that. When people tell me that Jamaica presently will become Singapore, Jamaica is on its way to becoming like a Singapore, I tell them this.
That won't be happening. That will not happen. That will never happen.
That will never happen. Here's why.
The secret source of Singapore is clearly visible. It can be shared with the rest of the world. I will give you free of charge the secret source of Singapore. I decided to use the acronym MPH. M stands for meritocracy. That's clearly one of Singapore's biggest strengths, because in most countries, sadly, when they're selecting the leaders, they want to make sure that the money stays in the family. But in Singapore, we've been ruthless in carrying out a policy that ensures that we select the best person and not the person who's related to the Prime Minister or the President or anything else. P stands for pragmatism. The person who explained pragmatism to me the best was Dr. Goh Keng Swee. No matter what problem Singapore encounters, somebody somewhere has encountered that problem. So why don't we go and learn? So his attitude was, why are we reinventing the wheel? Singapore has succeeded by being a copycat nation. Why don't you become a copycat nation and learn from others? But the hardest part of the formula is H, which stands for honesty. By an incredible accident of history, not only did we have three brilliant founding fathers, Lee Kuan Yew, Goh Keng Swee, Rajaratnam, we also had three incredibly honest, incorruptible leaders. If you can ensure that your leaders are honest and incorruptible, then your chances of success are much, much greater. And that's how Singapore became so successful.
Meritocracy, pragmatism, honesty. I ask you, miles per hour. Yeah, think of it that way, MPH. Meritocracy, pragmatism, honesty. Do you see Jamaica filling those spaces anytime soon? Meritocracy, the best person gets the job. Look at Minister Favour Williams. Look at Minister Horace Chang. Look at Minister Christopher Tufton. And the beat goes on and on. Is that meritocracy? Are those the three best people to lead those ministries? Pragmatism. You copy what has been done already. And like I said, you don't reinvent the wheel. You put new tires. You put the best tires you can think of, put on the wheel. We don't do that. We don't do that. Why? We say we can do it ourselves. We're insulated. The diaspora has so much to offer, and we're consistently rejected. Part of that is because of the third one, H, honesty. Because they know they're dishonest. And if they brought us into Jamaica and said, okay, you're gonna help us to run this thing, to do this, we're gonna see where violations have occurred. Violations of policy, regulations, law. We're going to see that. And if we're honest enough, we're going to call it out. So they can't afford to do any of those. They can't afford to be honest. They're not doing things based on meritocracy. And they're not pragmatic. So tell me, and you hear what the gentleman said, that's the secret sauce to Singapore's success. So if Jamaica wants to be like Singapore, and they're not going to use that secret sauce, they have to come up with another sauce. And I can't think of another one. Not the one that they have right now. That sauce, you can't put that on no meat, not at all. That sauce, there's a stench to that sauce. You can't use that sauce for anything. So that is not going to work. And part of that is we as a nation, we have accepted corruption. We've accepted it. In a few weeks, the Transparency International, whatever they call themselves, that come out with the corruption index. It's going to come out. Remember, last year we lost 4 points. Anything below 50 is considered very corrupt. We were at 44. Last year, we dropped to 40. As I sit here, I promise you this. If that organization is doing its homework, Jamaica is going to go below 40. Jamaica is going to go below 40. Which means that we're not only corrupt, we're not just very corrupt, we're very, very corrupt. And who's responsible for that? You can put part of that blame on the Prime Minister with his interaction, his engagement, his lawsuit against the commission. The very body he created to become Jamaica's premier anti-corruption agency. So that's where we are with that. Kevin, we have another over before the young lady. Come on. You wanna do the what should I do? OPDEM or JPS? Talk to me. I should ask the people. By the way, people, for those of you tuning in to hear about SSL, what I can tell you is that, and I've read the oh, Kevin, I sent you something, the Electricity Act of 2015. If you can put that up for me, I'll send it to you in WhatsApp. Folks, okay. If you somebody just sent me a press release and it's there. Anybody can get to it and read it. It has to, let me see. It basically says that CTOC, MOCA, FID, and the financial unit of the JCF, they were involved in an operation this morning, and that the daughter of Hugh Croskery was taken into custody. Zachary Croskery, I think he turned himself in and he's being interviewed in the presence of his attorney, and it's all related to SSL. The thing is this: we don't chase headlines around here. When I say chase headlines, we don't take headlines and then run with it. What we do is we sit back, watch the story play out, and then we task our sources, we do our research, and then we come up with the story. We don't have to be first, especially if it means that you're going to be wrong. We don't have to be first. We're fine. So all of you know the story about SSL. It's a private concern, and monies went missing. The Prime Minister had money invested with SSL. He was able to take his money out before the crash. Usain Bolt had money in there, and he wasn't that lucky. He wasn't that fortunate. And they've arrested one person. Prior to today, they arrested one person, and we all know that one person couldn't be responsible for this massive fraud. We knew that. It was just a matter of time. We also know that the UK government helped the Jamaican government financially to hire Kroll, an investigative firm, to come to Jamaica and investigate the matter. And a report was generated, and to date, we haven't seen that report, even though we subsidized that report. We paid for that report, and we haven't seen it. So what we are comfortable in doing is waiting for the story to unfold, or waiting for the development, not the story, because we know what the story is about. And what I find interesting, and I mentioned it at the beginning of the program, and I'll say it again for those of you who recently joined us, the drill, I didn't see that much excitement about the drill. The school bus, I didn't see that excitement about the school bus. And the professor and I talked about several other incidents where Jamaican taxpayers were directly impacted because the money came from out of the consolidated fund. our money. People were not as excited about those stories. When I say excited, maybe excited is not the word. When I say excited, I just mean that interested. They show so much interest in SSL as per stories that affect them directly. And I'm just curious as to why. I'm curious as to why. We've been told that the investment in SSL by the Jamaican government, that investment didn't lose anything. We were told that because there were ministries that had investment in SSL and that they didn't lose a penny. So you don't have a direct connection to say, well, then the public is impacted as a result of this. I must say the public, just the general public. I'm not talking about the investment group, the elite. I'm talking about the ordinary man in the street. And I don't say the ordinary, and everybody, what going on with SSL? What going? But I don't say the ordinary man in the street saying, what happened to the drill? How we pay $200,000 for a drill that should cost about $25,000, $30,000? I don't hear a lot of people, I don't hear a lot of outcry saying, Minister Vaz said the ministry received 1.4 billion Jamaican dollars to purchase 110 buses. And as far as we know, we only have about 60 or so buses in the country. And he promised that all 110 would be in the country by the end of July 2025. And here we are, December 2025, and we can't get a statement from him saying, yes, all the buses have been bought, paid for, delivered, and they're in the country. We can't get that statement from him. And we can't get statements about money, 3 trillion. 3 trillion. The people, remember that some ministries, I think it was Ministry of Education, they were paying people who left the job long time, years, and checks were still going out, or monies were still being paid to those people, even though they were no longer employed. I don't hear anybody screaming about that. And then when we ask you to sign the Magnitsky so that we at least could try to hold government accountable using foreign governments, he didn't sign. And when I say he didn't sign, not people signed, but I'm saying en masse, we were hoping that we would get so many signatures that we would say, no, we don't need any more. We're still begging for signatures. And those of you asking, where can you sign this? Please go to the website, OJLDF.net, One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.net, OJLDF.net. Just go there and you will see a tutorial on signing the Magnitsky. And I do believe that there's a letter there that we sent to the Auditor General concerning the school buses. You can just draft a letter like that, and like the professor said, just put concerned citizen. That's all. So people, we need to show some concern about things that affect us directly. Instead of, I'm not saying we shouldn't show some concern about SSL, but most of you in Jamaica, you're not affected by SSL. Most of you, you're not affected by SSL. But a lot of you are affected by monies coming out of the consolidated fund to pay for things that you don't see. And what happens? You hear about it a week, 9 days, then you forget about it. Well, we're not forgetting about things around here. We're not forgetting things. The JPS. JPS, that's where we really should be concerned, because you are, you know what? I don't want to touch it at Kevin, but just tell me what me to do. People, tell me, we have three.
We're right there. It's we started touching on it briefly, and it's worth showing certain things, especially since there's the whole increase in JPS bill.
All right.
Increase in JPS bill. You
All
know,
right. People want to talk about
why
JPS.
are we paying extra? Why?
Yeah. And then Kesu also said, emphasize that your info will not be public. And Kesu is referring to the Magnitsky, because a lot of you thought that, hey, if I sign it, then what's going to happen? The government is going to get a hold of it. No, 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 no. And when you go there, do not make a contribution. What is
not where you donate. You donate any donations you're making, make it on One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation website, OJLDF.net. Click on the donate button, and you can specify where you want your donations to go.
Right.
Where you want it to go, that is where it will go. That's
right.
what the
when you go to that website that you're going to sign the Magnitsky, don't make a donation there. They allowed us to use their platform, but don't make a donation there. And all I'm asking you to do, please, if you're interested in signing this thing, just go to the website, and the producer Joan did a tutorial. It's there. It's less than a minute, and it walks you right through the entire process. And if you still have problems after that, just reach out to us, please.
Mega, just send whoever it is that you know that want to sign the petition to go to the OJLDF site. Just send them there.
Right. Somebody said JPS is a grid, not a company. Beg to differ. Your JPS owns the grid. The grid is not called JPS. The company is called JPS, and they own the grid. And we can show you that through and Kevin just put it up, the Electricity Act of 2015, and we can show you that through their annual report. Charmian said, how many more signatures are required to proceed? A lot more, Charmian, because we can't send it with just a couple thousand. Because remember now, we're not petitioning an agency, we're petitioning foreign governments. And if you send something with 1,000, 2,000, it no move them. They have to see that a lot of people involved, a lot of people want to see some change, and a lot of people are actually begging them to implement this law. And the government, right now, them a laugh after us because them here we are talking about it, but them don't see it. Them don't see it. But you know what? The laughing won't be forever. Trust me, because at some point people are going to wake up and they're going to sign that thing en masse. So that's where we are. Now, let me show you. Let's start with the JPS thing. We have some interviews. We have some videos. But let's just start out with a bill. How about that, people? Let's start out with a JPS bill and see where and then we can take the story any place we want to take it. But we just want to start out with a bill. And those of you who are JPS customers, you will understand this. Those of you who are not JPS customers, you will really understand this. Here it is. All right. What we did was we cut it back, kind of protect the person. This is JPS bill. What I'd like you to do, and it's as you see right here, it's from October to November. Here it is right here of this year. And it's an actual bill. It wasn't like
not an estimate.
Right. Now, here is the current charge. Right here. Can you see it, Kevin? You can see it?
Yes, man.
Okay. And here's the total charge. If you notice the total charge, there's a difference there of $212. And here's it right here. That this amounts for the difference between 24,218.80. This is the difference between the current charges and the total charges. They are the credit. No, current. Yeah, a credit of $2.12. Now, here's the thing that I needed to pay attention to. See this? How is your bill calculated? The charge for energy next, and then this one here, customer charge. I don't know what the hell that is. For 600 and wait, maybe them can't see.
Yeah, that's a little bit bigger, and then you can center it. Yeah.
All right, there we are. Can I see that? Or I'm gonna go bigger again.
Use that. No, leave that right there.
All right. So it's this customer charge. I don't know what that is. $603.54. So the energy, this one right here, is $8,289.28. Now, look at this, my people. This section here, variable and miscellaneous charges. They have an FX adjustment here, 3.336%, 276. Then they have this fuel charge, $27.6 per kilowatt. And that comes to 10,708. Then IPP variable charge. Well, IPP is that independent, independent power producers, right? This is something now. I remember I was on Mystic Show. I think it was Mystic Show. And somebody was saying that, no, it's a pass-through charge. And the point what we were trying to make is that pass-through or not, whatever they're charging, because remember people, JPS purchases power. They generate power, but they also buy power from independent companies. Now, the problem is that under the law, only JPS can sell power to the public. You can sell power to JPS, but the only entity that can sell power to the general public under the law is JPS. So why do we have this? Them say it's a pass-through. So if it's a pass-through, what this is saying is that whatever JPS paid for the power, right? They're now passing that charge on to you. But then they also pass on fuel charge right on to you. And then they have this FX adjustment charge on to you. So look at this. Look at this. The variable and miscellaneous charge is this, 14,000. But look at the total bill, 22. More than half of your bill is variable and miscellaneous. More than half of your bill, More than half of your bill, your light bill. See it right here. See it there. And I don't see anybody jumping up and screaming and carrying on, Professor. I don't see anybody jumping up and screaming and say, explain to us why we're paying this much money. I don't see anybody jumping up and screaming about that.
One of the things that I think really has made it get to this point is the way a frog is cooked. If you put them in hot water, they're just going to jump out. But if you put them in a pot with regular water and slowly increase the temperature, then they don't go anywhere. And over time, those who used to live in Jamaica have left, and this is the first bill that they're seeing in a decade or two. They might go, what is this? But the person who is seeing this bill every month, they don't really see it that way. Because over time, they have gotten to this point. It doesn't negate the fact that you shouldn't ask the question, why? Why is more than half my bill going to variable and miscellaneous? What is this various and miscellaneous? What is that taking care of? How do I benefit from it? And when you start getting those answers, then we can start moving towards something a little bit better. Because if this bill is constantly going, which is unnecessary, mute again for me, please. If this bill is constantly going up and nothing else is going up in support of it, then we have a problem. This is where you end up where people can't support life in its very basic form. We need electricity so that our children can do their homework, so that we can cook, so that we can. Last time somebody told me that, Kevin, they were in the pot, not me. Well, Jillian, some of us are not in the pot, but we can see what is happening. And as such, we need to be concerned about those who are in the pot, our fellow Jamaicans. So we need to be asking these questions, and we need to be asking the question in such a way that we can get answers and demanding those answers. And if it means that we all have to collectively try to get solar and move away from JPS grid and let them suffer themselves, sell themselves power, them can sell it to Water Commission, their biggest customer. Are they now going to turn over the expenses to Water Commission so that Water Commission can turn over the expenses to the Jamaican people so now everybody have to start dig them own? Well, we don't know. But something have to happen. We have to make some kind of change. We have to take some kind of action. Provost, have you found what you're looking for? Yes, I agree, Pearly.
Yes.
JPS does need a competitive. And that is another way that we get tied out, because from I don't even know how long there was talk of deregulating and providing competitors for the Jamaica Public Service. Can't see it come yet. But keep looking. Provost.
Yes, sir. How many of you remember this?
One of the things that I know affecting whole heap of people in Jamaica is the high electricity bill. When the PMP come into power, them say them going to bring down electricity costs. What has happened since? Electricity costs keep rising. They promise that by 2016 they would have made the JPS more efficient with more efficient plants. That's not going to happen till another 2 years. And before you know it, it will be another 3 or 4 years before them actually do it. The Labour Party will make sure that we put in place more efficient electricity generated plants to bring down the cost of electricity to you. I don't like to make promise. I make commitment. And under the Labour Party government, we are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big power plants. We are going to ensure that we bring to this country the big energy companies that can put the money in here to build the plants to give you cheaper and better electricity.
Folks, not promises, commitments. That didn't happen. How many of you can actually say that your electricity bills have been lowered since that speech? How many of you can actually say that, yes, Prime Minister brought in big power companies with big generators and our bill dropped big? How many of you can say that? You cannot say that. You cannot say that, because you know why? It didn't happen. Now, let me show you. We're going to go all over the place with this JPS issue. We're trying to improve on the story. When I say enhance the story, because most of you know the story already that the $150 million loan and people were up in arms and blah, 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 blah. What we want to do now is just educate you in a global way about electricity in Jamaica. And let me start with this by telling you that there is a license granted, what they call a single buyer. Single buyer. That's a term of art. It means a monopoly. It means one person, single buyer, one person can buy up all electricity generated in Jamaica, and that one person can then turn around and sell it. Let me show you something. Let me go up and show you. This is there it is, the Electricity Act of 2015. This talks about, this is the law concerning everything you want to know about electricity. Now, prior to this, they had a whole bunch of laws governing electricity. The generation, the supply, transmission, distribution, all of that. And what they did with this, they said, let's bring all of those laws onto one law. Let's compress the whole thing and just squeeze it into one law. And that way we don't have to go all over the place. And here's what it covered. Here are the laws that they got rid of. Here it is. It is right there. It says what? An act to repeal. An act to repeal, meaning an act to just get rid of the Electric Lighting Act. That was one law. Second one, the Electricity, parentheses, Frequency Conversion Act. That's 2. The Electricity Development Act, 3. So this law is going to get rid of all of those 3. And it says to what? To consolidate and modernize the laws relating to the generation, transmission, distribution, supply, dispatch, and use of electricity and for connected matters. Right? Let me ask a civics question. Let me say, before we're going further, let me ask a civics question. The Governor General, it says, he signed off, Patrick Allen, on the 17th day of August 2015. Let me ask all of the students him now. When did this law take effect? In general, just tell me in general. When did this law take effect? It was signed off on the 17th day of August 2015. When did it take effect? Now wait. Come on now, students. The exam was just... Well, let me rephrase the question. It's not a trick question. The Governor General, you know, a bill cannot become a law until the Governor General signs off on it. The Governor General signed off on it on the 17th day of August. Did it take effect on the 17th day of August? Same day, 2016. Kevin, we have to ban OT now. We have to ban OT. We have to ban her. Let me go back and see where OT is there. Where OT there? I thought I saw her. Maybe I made a mistake.
You did see her.
Oh, yeah. After Parliament approved it. This August, somebody truly blessed August 17th. When it says when it's signed off by the GG and gazetted. All right. On can stop.
There's a clue in the very same paragraph where it said the GG signed it though.
Yeah, it's further down. It's further down. But not not until Jaw said no, not until the Minister State effective date. All right. All right. On can stop now. Stop. Lenny James has signed off by the GG and gazetted. Yes, but there's a step between the GG and it being gazetted. But Lenny James, yeah, I'd have to say you're right. But there's a step in between. And then somebody else, Jaw said no, not until the Minister State the effective date. That is the most accurate answer. That is the most, and here it is. This is what Kevin had talked about. This piece right here. Wait, I'm gonna bring it up. See that? See that? Right at the top, the date notified by the minister bringing the act into operation. So Jaws, give Jaws a star. Not until the minister state the effective date. Right. It's not when the Governor General signs it. Because we've had instances already where the Governor General signs it in 1 year and it didn't take effect until the following year when the minister said, okay, this is when it's going to take effect. All right. So that was just a refresher. All right. So here we go now. So remember now, this it's in effect right now, by the way, people. This Electricity Act of 2015. And remember what it did, it got rid of 3 laws that used to govern electricity in Jamaica, govern generation, transmission, distribution, supply, dispatch. It got rid of those 3 laws and said, no, this is the one law that's going to govern electricity in Jamaica. Now, let me show you something here. Let me show you something. One of these days, we'll go through it with a fine tooth comb, but for now, I just need to show you this. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot sell electricity in Jamaica without a license. You cannot. And they have what they call the single buyer. Remember I tell you the single buyer, and that comes out now to single buyer means the one person can buy all of the electricity, the one entity. That's JPS. JPS can buy electricity, but JPS from anyone, because you know some people they have solar and they can sell to the grid. They can use whatever they want, sell to the grid, sell to JPS, but they can't sell it to anybody else, only JPS. Now look at this. It says, subject to subsection 2, we're at 1 right now. A person shall not engage in the generation, transmission, distribution, dispatch, and supply of electricity. Waiter says that you can't produce it and sell it, none of that. You can't do it. Or erect, maintain, or have any electric line or other works over, along, across, or under any street or public road for the purpose of the supply of electricity. You can't do it unless what? You know there's an unless coming, right? Here it is right there. It is right here. Unless authorized to do so by an electricity license issued by the government. It says minister, but the government. That's 1. You can't do it unless you get a license. Now, you know if they have a 1 and they say subject, teach you something. You see, whenever you say this one here, subject to subsection 2, whenever you hear them say something is subject to, and then they give you the main part of it, but said it is subject to, you need to go read what it is subject to, meaning that it doesn't apply in a certain case. That's what subject to subsection or subject to some other section. They're saying this is the rule, but it's subject to another section, which means that other section doesn't apply to this. So it's like they might give an exception. So it's like it's saying, okay, you must do this except. Here is a case where you don't have to do it. So they're saying here that if you're involved in electricity, if you're involved in the generation, transmission, distribution, dispatch, and supply of electricity, you must have a license issued by the minister, issued by the government, subject to subsection 2. So subject to subsection 2 is now going to tell you where you don't need a license. Here is where you don't need a license. Here's subsection 2. See that? You see what it says? Subsection 1 shall not apply, meaning that you don't need a license for this. To a person who generates electricity as a self-generator for that person's exclusive use, unless that person enters into a net billing arrangement, a wheeling arrangement, or connects to a transmission line or distribution line for some other purpose. All this means is that if you have a generator, you don't need a license. You just generate your power. Unless you start selling it. So if you have a generator and you throw a line over and or you have your neighbor plug into it, it's fine. Provided you don't say, I need X amount of dollars for you to use power produced by my generator, as long as you're not charging for it. And in fact, guess what? Minister Vaz said the same thing. Solar is the same thing. Leonid, it's the same thing. You can sell, there are agreements where you can sell to the grid. There are agreements where you can sell to the grid. And when I say the grid, you're talking about selling power to JPS. Right? But you don't need a license if you're doing it, if you're just doing it for your own purposes and you want to share it with a neighbor, you're not in violation of this law. You're not in violation of this law. Now, we're moving all over the place because I'm trying to give you different pieces to it. I'm not going in sequential order, just going in an order where I just want to expose you to some of the things, some of the concepts, some of the laws, some of these things dealing with electricity. Now, remember I said to you earlier that we're about truth on this program. We're not about political parties or political candidates. No, we're about truth and people. And truth be told. And producer Joan, I think we had a quote one time that said, it said the truth, something, but first it will, something, but I don't remember it. If you can find it for me, producer Joan. It says the truth will, it's something another, but it will make you, the truth will set you free, but first it will make you uncomfortable. Something to that effect.
Correct. The truth will set you free, but at first will make you uncomfortable.
Right. Words to that effect. And that is what we're going now with this, because truth be told, it'll make you miserable. Yes, D. Marie, the truth will set you free, but first it will make you miserable. Truth be told, both parties are responsible for where we are with JPS right now. I will repeat. Both political parties in Jamaica are responsible for the current situation we find ourselves in with JPS. Having said that, my argument is that the current party in charge of, or the party in charge of Parliament, the government, they can't point to the opposition and said, well, you guys had it and, you know, look at what happened to it. Because guess what? They've had the reins of power now from 2016. And the things that are there that shouldn't be there, that are not in that doesn't inure to the benefit of the Jamaican people, they had a chance to turn things around, and they didn't. They didn't. So you know who can make this argument now about JPS? All of us here. All of us here can make the argument against both parties and said, you're guilty of doing this and you are guilty of doing that. Both. I hear member Paulwell, or I read somewhere where he's saying that they should change the law. They should change the law. I just showed you the 2015 law. Because you know why? That sets out a monopoly for JPS. It was there before, but it solidified it. What do I mean by monopoly for those of you who don't understand the term? Meaning that only one company can do it, meaning there's no competition. And we know that when you have competition, guess what? The price will fall. When you have a monopoly, they can charge whatever they want and there's nothing you can do. Keep in mind, this law was signed off in 2015 by the Governor General. Who was in power in 2015? Who? I need you to tell me, people. I need you to tell me. A truth we're talking about now, you know. We're talking about truth. We're not talking about political affiliation or association or you like. We're talking about truth on behalf of the Jamaican people. Who was in power when the Electricity Act of 2015 was signed by the Governor General? Talk to me. Talk to me, my people.
Well, it only stands to reason that if the JLP has been in power since 2016.
All right. Let me go back and show them something. Let me go back and show you something. Let me see something. Let me see. Let me see something. I just want to show you one quick thing. Let me see if, okay. You see this? You see this? The Electricity Act of 2015. Remember we asked you, when did it take effect? It was signed on the 17th day of August 2015. And you know when the minister signed off and said, okay, it is now in effect? August 27th, 2015. 10 days later. Who was in power in 2015? Who? Who? Because here's what happened. When Minister Paulwell no truly blessed, the election was in 2016. In 2015, it wasn't, no. I'm talking about 2015. It took effect in 2015, August 27, 2015. 2015, the PNP was in power. It was the PNP. The PNP lost the election in 2016, early 2016. But here's the point I'm making. Minister Paulwell, and I've said it before, it's a good argument that we should get rid of this law because this law solidifies JPS as a monopoly. We should get rid of this law. But MP Paulwell is not the person to make that argument because this happened on his watch. This happened on his watch. So he cannot make that argument. We can make the argument. All of us here can make the argument. And said, no, JLP, you took the reins of power in early 2016. You still have the reins of power. Why didn't you change it? Why? You have the majority, as a matter of fact. So you could have voted and changed this thing. Why didn't you do it? Why you complain now? JLP government, why now you come and you start complaining about what the PNP did and what the PNP didn't do? You've had it since 2016 and you knew what the problems were with it back then. So why is it only now you're coming to complain? We can make that argument. But can MP Paulwell make that argument? People, be honest. Be honest. Put away your political support, affiliation, choice, preference. Put it to the side right now. Just put it to the side and let's just talk honestly. Let's just talk honestly for the benefit of the Jamaican people. Can Minister Paulwell make that argument, or should Minister Paulwell make that argument now that the law should be changed? That's question one. Question two. Should Minister Vaz complain that Minister Vaz had it, then Minister Paulwell, he had a chance to do what's right in the best interest of the Jamaican people as far as electricity is concerned, and he didn't do it? Can he make that argument? No, I don't think he can make that argument. I don't think they can make that argument. I think we can make the argument, and we should be making the argument. Forget about the two of them. Because the Jamaican people have not benefited as a result of what both of them did concerning this issue. We're not talking about any other issue. We're not talking about health and crime and local government. We're not talking about that. We're talking about this issue, the JPS issue. Let me show you something. Hold on. Kevin, where are you there?
Never too far away.
The far away. All right, hold on. You see this, people? This is nonsense. You know, your Minister Vaz said the people want light. They don't want food, they don't want water, they don't want shelter, they don't want clothing, they want light. Or better yet, they want light, but they need food, clothing, shelter, and they don't have it. No greater feeling than spending the birthday. So you want everybody to know I'm birthday. Working alongside to ensure a brighter future for Jamaica alongside our hardworking finance minister. This is our hardworking finance minister. The one who cannot answer some basic questions in Parliament. They have no moral right to talk about JPS and electricity and all of this nonsense.
Provost.
Yeah.
In his defense, he said hardworking. He didn't say knowledgeable.
Well, that's true. There's something about working. There's something about working hard but not smart. So there's something about that. But no, people, I want to show you something that most of you have never seen. And we don't have time to go through all of it, but I'm going to show you something that most of you have never seen. And you know what that is? We hear people talk about the license and this and that. Fair enough. Here it is. Somebody had mentioned that you need to gazette something before. Yeah. Here it is. This is gazetted, right? See that? The following notification is by command of His Excellency the Governor General, published for general information. So all of you can get a hold of this. All of you. But we don't see it in the media in Jamaica. And I'm talking about independent media. We don't even see it. What is this, people? What is this? You ask? And now I must show you what this is. It is right here. It's a license. This is the license that you hear them talk about, that JPS have. And here it is right here. And they amended and restated All Island Electric License 2011, right? This is the license that they were operating under. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. That it says the minister under certain powers, blah, 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 I don't know if you can see that, Kevin. You have my eyes, you know.
No, it's good. You could have taken it down back one.
Okay. All right, there it is. Granted granted to Jamaica Public Service Company. So the person who said that the JPS is a grid and not a company, JPS is a registered company. It's not a registered grid. The grid is what they use to provide electricity. But the grid is not there by itself. A company, registered company, is responsible for establishing the grid and providing power. So just and the person who said that, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But it says here that the minister is granting to the Jamaica Public Service Company Limited a license authorizing them to do what? To generate, transmit, distribute, and supply electricity for public and private purposes within Jamaica. And this was done 2001. And then they just upgrade. This is a license that you hear them talking about. And them get a little history of it. So that in 2007, they sold 80% to this company. See it right there. So in 2007, Marbury come and them say, which at the time held 80% indirect ownership interest, right? And that got eventually end up in the hands of a South Korean company and a Japanese company owning 80%. Now look at this. It says here that in 2001, right here, that Marubeni agreed, that's a company that they sold 80% to, agreed to certain provisions, which they said was, in the opinion of the government of Jamaica, was necessary to ensure the viability of the licensee, JPS, as what? As what? Here it is right here. As the people who not see this language, have to believe it. As the sole mean ungle, as the sole distributor and supplier of electricity to Jamaica. Only JPS can do it. We gave them this license. We gave them the license. There it is. And there it is right here. It says the term of the license shall be extended by a further 20 years as of the date of the establishment of the following things. 20 years. This is a license that they're talking about. And it goes on. And see that the effective date of this license is 2001. 2001. So that will take us up to 2021. And then guess what happened? In 2016, they had another agreement in 2016. Who had that agreement? It was the PNP. It was done in January 2016. The election was, I think, February or March 2016. People don't make them fool on you, know. There are certain issues that you can't, it shouldn't be controversial because the facts are plain. There's certain issues that really shouldn't be issues. They should just be talking points. Like say, oh, by the way, did you know da 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 da? And somebody say, oh, okay, all right, fine. It shouldn't be no, so it gone. No. Just look at the dates. This agreement, I've been through it, not all of it. I've been through most of it, and I had to stop reading. There it is. Look right here. Look at 4. This is 4, right? It says the licensee, meaning JPS, shall have the exclusive right to provide service within the framework of an all-island electric license and the all-island electrical system. The exclusive right specified herein shall be as follows. Look at B. The licensee shall have the exclusive right to transmit, distribute, and supply electricity throughout Jamaica from the effective date of this license, that is March 30, 2001. Look at the date, until July 8, 2027. Is we get them, people. Is we get them. And look at number 5. Look at number 5. It says the licensee, JPS, shall have the right to purchase electricity in bulk from independent suppliers for transmission and distribution through the system. So they can buy power. They can buy, JPS can buy power from you and then sell it to the general public. But if you generate that power, you cannot sell it to the general public. You can. There's only one place you can sell it. You can only sell it to JPS. Oh, and then the person who said that JPS is a grid and not a company, look at this. The licensee, which is JPS, shall be a company incorporated in Jamaica. It's right there. It didn't say the licensee shall be a grid incorporated in Jamaica. It's a company. And people, there is so much inside of this license. It goes on for page after page after page. I tell you, my head start hurt me. They just use this clause.
I have a
here.
silly question, Provost.
Yeah.
I have a silly question.
No question
So,
is silly, man.
this license is gazetted here, right?
Yes.
Is it gazetted anywhere else?
When you say gazetted anywhere else, what do you mean?
So, first of all, this is a publication that prior to this I've never heard of. I don't know if anybody else has heard of it. I don't know what else has been published by them. But is this license found anywhere else but here?
Yeah, it's gazetted for the public, so you can go on just about anyone. You can go on the JPS's website. It should be there. You can go to the ministry's website. It should be there. And if you Google it come up. If you just put up license, JPS license issued in whenever, it come up. So this is not a secret document. This is open to the public. Yeah, and somebody said if you go to the government gazette, if you go, they have a website for that, and if you go there, you'll find it. But they just implemented this one. They said, whenever there's a hurricane or something like that, and they can't provide electricity, that there's something called force majeure. What it means is that a disaster, not something that's caused by the company, an act of God, for example, like a hurricane, an earthquake, and even outbreaks, something like that. Then they can say, okay, because otherwise they're required to provide electricity. But what they do, they apply and they just said, okay, we're submitting this saying that we can't provide electricity because of this disaster. And it's usually agreed to. I mean, I read this thing and I tell you, people, is like my head just spin. I'm going to move it because you know why? I'm going to say something that will cause me for just come back and say something. And I don't want to spend all the time on it. Let me pull this up. Hold on. The thing keep jumping, Kevin.
So before you pull up one more thing, I just want to know that our 6 o'clock is available.
Oh, 6 o'clock is here. Okay. All right. No problem. Folks, listen. What we're going to do right now is that we're going to put the brakes on this thing here. Yeah, we are going to pivot, as Kevin said. We're going to pivot because we have a special guest today. We call them our guests. We don't call them guests. We call them lecturers. Because they come on and they talk up the things, and they're actually informing us. We look to them for information and guidance and counsel. So that's where we are. And today we have with us a lady by the name of Hope Wade. Some of you may know her. I think not me. Some of you know her. She is a wonderful person from what I've been told. We've never met. I'm told that she's in the fashion industry, big time fashion person, and that she's also involved in other facets of social and business life. And she's also a candidate in the upcoming Global Jamaica Diaspora Council election. And she decided to come on and grace us with her presence and give us a little talk. You know, it's nothing controversial, just a talk about who she is and her aspirations, her hopes, her goals, and what she plans to do, not only in the fashion industry, but also with representing people in the Northeast. And so we thank her for coming and we want to welcome her. So Hope, without further ado, or people without further ado, please welcome Ms. Hope Wade. Hope, how are you?
Thank you for having me.
Good. We've heard so much about you, and we're so happy that you've decided to come on. I don't know, have you ever watched our program? Tell me yes, please.
Yes.
Is that because I said tell me yes, or is it?
Yes. No, I think I've watched your program before.
No,
so
if you say you think,
no. But in
Hope,
terms of saying, huh?
No, Hope, let me put you on the spotlight. Hope.
Go ahead.
Hope, if you say yes, you watched it. I think I've watched it before, then you haven't.
I think, you have to understand, by virtue of the profession I'm in, a lot of times I'm interviewed or people ask me to watch a program that they are on. So it's possible that I have. I don't want to say no, but you said say yes, so I was being obedient and say yes.
All right. Here's why I said to you that if you say I think I watched it, then you haven't, because this program is an unforgettable program. Once you've been on this program, you never forget it. It's an experience.
All right. Well, I'll never forget because I'm on the program now.
All right, good. I tell you what,
yes.
Before we start, can you please just tell us who is, for the people who don't know who you are, just tell us who you are, where you went to school, and how you end up being where you are.
End up being where I'm as a designer?
Yes, and as a designer,
Okay.
and
All right, so my name is Hope Wade. I am a fashion designer. I was born in Kingston, Jamaica, and I attended Alpha Academy. Then I migrated for school. I was a foreign student and came here, went to New York City Technical College, and then I went to Cooper Union College on a full scholarship. Then I was recruited, because of the college I attended, I was recruited for this particular job at this company. And after a couple months, they sent me to Chicago to do a trade show. I was very successful, and so the president told my boss that he wanted me to be trained in this particular direction. And after a couple months, my boss called me into his office and he said, look, the home I live in and the car I drive, they're all from the company, and the vacation. And I'm thinking, really, who cares? And he said, they're grooming you for my job. You're fired. And
wow.
It was no, me #me too at the time. So a couple months later, the church I attended at the time had a big New Year's Eve event, and they said we had to dress formally. Now I just lost my job, and literally about maybe 2 months before, I just bought a new car. So now I don't have any money to say buy a new dress or whatever. So in desperation, I made a dress. And then when I went, my girlfriends were like, I thought he said you weren't gonna buy anything. I said, no, I made this.
Wow.
And so I had to go in the bathroom and show them inside out. And they were like, ew. But then they started ordering clothes from me. And that's literally how I became a fashion designer. So that, in a nutshell, is basically how I started. In terms of...
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Because the way it sounds to me, it sounds like you would be the perfect candidate for FIT. Did you ever consider going to FIT?
No, I went to Cooper Union, and I did
graphic design. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I know Cooper Union. That's a pretty exclusive school. I know Cooper Union.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. I mean, in terms of, it's so funny because can I tell you that this week someone asked me about thinking about teaching at FIT, and I'm like, oh, I don't think so. But I mean, I have my own store now, and it's situated in Nyack, New York. But in terms of accolades per se, I received the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award last year, the year before. I was the president of JAMAICA, which is Jamaica Civic and Cultural Association of Rockland. I'm presently the president of Alpha Tri-State Alumni Association. I sit on the board of Cooper Union and the Alumni Association, and also ACOR, which is Arts Council of Rockland. So I don't have my hand here, there, do a few little things. And I'm also the owner and producer of Rockland Fashion Week. It's a highly successful event that brings in like between 300 to 400 people every year. We do a big show, and it's basically showcasing about 12 to 14 designers, and we have entertainment. The matter of fact, we always have our entertainers come from through VP Records. But that's what I do. And how did I end up here? Because CG Alcyon and I were pretty close, and she called me 3 weeks before she passed, and she said, "Hope, I would like you to run for this position." And I'm like, "What position is this?" And she explained briefly, and I said, "But hold on." She said, "You'd be the perfect person." I said, "But where are you right now?" And she said, "I'm in the hospital. I'm just about to get my new set of treatments." And I'm like, "You're thinking about me run for a position when, you know?" But that is how Alcian was. She just could not stop working. This is somebody who was just tied to the belt of work, you know? So anyway, this is how I end up being where I am right now. And so thank you for even interviewing me.
Well, do I call you Miss Wade now? Because now that you give me all of them accolades, I guess
I'm
I have to
married.
use some.
I'm Mrs. Wade, yes. I have
So
a
Mrs. Wade, call
husband
you
and
I'm
a
call
daughter.
Mrs. Wade or Hope, or what do you want
Yeah,
to
you
call
can
it?
call me Hope, man. This is Mrs. Wade
Your Hope.
business.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you, when you say Rockland, you're talking about Rockland County, New York, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. What because the fashion thing, usually they have a fashion thing down by Brant Park. What's that? Fashion Week?
Fashion Week, yes.
Yeah. So I'm wondering, what are your aspirations? Is it just to stay in Rockland or somehow
No,
just
I've done Caribbean Fashion Week like 4 or 5 times. I've done London Fashion Week, and I've done New York Fashion Week. In terms of just being here in Rockland, I used to live when I came here first, I lived in Brooklyn, and then we moved to the Bronx. And my sister and we moved to Rockland County. Then I got married, and yeah, but I mean, by virtue of what I do, I'm all over the place. I was in Jamaica 3 times this year. As a matter of fact, I am on the advisory board of the Montego Bay Community College, their fashion department. So I've been in Jamaica 3 times this year. I was in Florida doing a show, Maryland. So you name it, I'm all over the place. But in terms of, I don't think I'm moving from Rockland anytime soon.
Rockland's a nice place. I'm very familiar with it.
Yes.
It's close to up by Bear Mountain, right?
Yes.
I'm very, very familiar with that area. Professor.
Greetings, Hope. How are you doing?
Greetings, Mr. Professor.
Kevin is fine.
Kevin, okay, all
right. Seeing that you went to my sister's school, I already feel like, yes.
Oh, what year was she?
No. My sister, my alma mater sister.
Oh, you're St. George's?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I am. Proudly so.
Thank you. You should be. We love our Georges, man. We love St. George's, yes.
Yes, that is it. Say it loud. So what got you said you made a dress out of necessity.
Mm-hmm.
But was fashion a thing that you were always into?
No.
As you were growing up?
No, my mother was a teacher, Mrs. Blake at Central Branch Primary School, and her mother sewed, and my mom, like her friends, would gather and they'd be going over these patterns. So what happened? I was, like I said, when I came here first, for school, I was a foreign student, and so my mom visited me like 3 months for the year, like between I think was like say June and then September she'd go home. So she bought a sewing machine, and she'd, sew. But I was never interested. I mean, that was just too complicated. But then in desperation, I called and I said, "Look, could you please tell me how to use this machine, because I can't afford to buy a gown." And she basically, walked me through how to string this stuff. And then a friend of mine that I went to Cooper Union with, he's now a professor at Syracuse. But he came to tell me that he was actually going to Syracuse to do his master's. And I was like, "You know what, James, you skinny, maybe I could make a dress on you." And he was like, "Hope, do you know I'm a man?" I was like, "It don't matter, I won't tell nobody." So I used him as my mannequin. So because now remember I was a graphic artist, I could actually do a straight line. I just couldn't sew it. So it was the inside out was horrible. Trust me when I say so. But the outside looks, pretty decent. Cause then my girlfriend started ordering clothes from me. So that's it. And then what I used to do to make a pattern, I would look at the girl and say, okay, both of us look about the same dimensions, right? And then I would just put newspaper, tape them together, lie down, cut out my body, and figure out if she's a little larger or small. And that's basically how I started. And so
Okay.
today I have a gown in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Museum that Darlene Love wore on the David Letterman show. So it kind of worked out a little bit for me.
Very nice. Very nice. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So you weren't looking to go the fashion design world. You were looking to go more graphic design.
Yes, 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 yes. I mean, I was
Okay.
thinking when I came here first for school, I thought I'd be working in front of a camera because I was an actress in Jamaica. Did pantomime and a couple plays and stuff like that. So I just thought that, that was what graphic design was until, of course, I came here and realized, okay, it's different. But I enjoyed what I did. I had a pretty good portfolio. So, yeah, totally different. Totally different. I was not interested in fashion in terms of being a designer or anything like that.
Okay. So now here you are doing your thing, making a dress here and there, a couple of pieces, have a piece in the Hall of Fame, and you get a call, Council General,
Hmm.
saying, "Hey, got a job for you." First thought, other than where are you now? Why are you
Well,
thinking
the
about this
first
money?
thought was,
For
hold on,
you,
isn't that Karine Dunkley? And just, because I know Karine, she said, yeah, but our term is up. And I go, okay. And honestly, I I never thought of doing something like that. Never thought of, I wouldn't say I had no interest because when I'm a part of UJA because of being the president of Alpha Tri-State Alumni as well as JAMCA at the time. And so I remember when the time came for Karine Dunkley that the UJA had made a presentation and there was some controversy related to the person who was before her. So that's how come I knew anything about the position. But in terms of actually thinking of putting my hat in the ring or I just admired Karine because I mean she's a very brilliant woman and she has done a lot, very influential in the field that she's in, and a couple times that actually asked her as president of Jamcar to come to our events and make a short speech or something. But to be honest, in terms of wow, global diaspora, no, it was not something that I was thinking of. But like you said, like the first thought that came to my mind was this is Karine's position. And then I did a little research and I had to talk to the CRO, Christopher Benjamin, say exactly what is this thing that's, that's in a capsulated way. So yeah. It's
okay,
nothing that I think most of the positions in life that I've had they all come with a story. It wasn't like a straight route, to
correct.
say this is what I want and stuff like that. So
Okay. So,
mhm.
what is your understanding after talking with the CRO? What is your understanding of the position?
The position holds a significant and influential position in the sense that you're actually advocating for Jamaicans who are living abroad and also working with not complete with the Jamaican government, but with the student body. In other words, bringing this is just my interpretation, right? Bringing the Jamaicans here and collaborate with the Jamaican in Jamaica itself and see how we can work together, how we can, for example, promote financial literacy, scholarships, stuff like that. That is what my understanding is. I would be the representative.
Okay. If you get the job, you have a plan on how you're gonna do that?
If I have of course, I always have a plan. I always have a plan. Well, okay, so based on my knowledge, education, experience, and my personality, I think one of the things that would be key to me would be to actually sit with Karine and say, okay, fine, what are the pros and cons of this job, especially now that Jamaica has been through Hurricane Melissa, and we know the devastation. And now Jamaica needs representation in every area. I mean, all eyes are on the country, as well as even you as a Jamaican here. If I go to a meeting and I just say, look, ladies or gentlemen, have you considered giving to Jamaica? The first thing they'll say is, well, can we drop off clothes by your store? Or, I have the ear of the people here that I'm involved with. But in terms of what would I do, my first, say, foot on the ground would be to actually speak to Karine and, of course, be introduced to the relevant people that I know that I'll be working with.
As it relates to how the organization is run now, how the Diaspora Council is run now, are you looking to, is there anything that you see that you could say, boy, you know what, I'll do this a little bit differently?
Well, I haven't looked into that much, honestly. What I've been doing is, like I said, I did my little research, and then as I started looking at the persons who were there before me. So I don't know. I don't know exactly how the meetings work. I just have an idea. I think I just put my name in like a couple weeks ago. Yeah. So I'm not gonna sit down and pretend like, yeah, I did all this research. What I do know is that I was asked to think or consider a position. I've done some research. I have my core values, my core priorities, which I'm sure I'll bring to the table. And I do have experience in the sense that even in being the president of JAMCAR, where we've given it over $750,000 in scholarships, being the president of Alpha Tri-State, going to Jamaica, dealing with the students, what are your needs? So I'm almost doing the same thing, and being even with on the Montego Bay Community College, their fashion advisory board, I'm actually doing almost the same thing in a smaller capacity, so the fact that I believe in Jamaica, I believe in the Jamaicans here, and of course, based on, again, the kind of work I do, there's a melting pot of the different Caribbean islands and stuff. So I know that in terms of advocating, even for something like STEM, advocating for certain things that I believe in, I think I'll be instrumental in getting things done. And sometimes humility can be a good key to open more doors that even experience sometimes,
Do you think that the organization is more along the lines of serving Jamaicans in the diaspora or Jamaicans back home?
I mean, it's a global. I think it serves the Jamaicans here more because, remember, most Jamaicans when they come here, especially, we all know what the political atmosphere is like now, and Jamaicans are willing to invest in the country. Sometimes they don't have all the information to make the connections, but I think that Jamaicans here need a representation more. It could be, I would say, more like a 60-40. I mean, one of the things that CG has done is open a pathway where more Jamaicans are interested in investing in Jamaica, interested in getting scholarships to Jamaica than before. And so I think I'd be a good tool in terms of a liaison between both. But I think I think I'm more representing the diaspora here.
So, in representing the diaspora here in the Northeast, what kind of services is it that you'd be looking to provide what kind of aid, how would you be meeting the needs of the diasporans?
Okay, let's just talk about scholarships.
Okay.
So I have experience in that portfolio. So um, scholarships are also one of the things that's important to me. I mean, I have a daughter who was born here, and it's important to me that she that I preserve the Jamaican identity to the next generation and the next generation, right? So
Mhm.
sorry, one second. So for me, I think it's important that scholarships are become a priority because education is a major tool. It doesn't matter what background you're from, high income, low income, in between. What education does, it opens doors that allows others to come in. So in terms of scholarships, I think I'll be one of those persons who would be pushing for scholarships. We have a lot of our industries here, companies here that Jamaicans are a part of, but they've never really given to the island or given to us as much as they could. So I think that as a representative, that I'll be able to be in that space. In terms of investments, I think that a lot of Jamaicans are very leery about investing because if they're not home, they feel like if you're not physically there to see your money move from one spot to the next, you're just gonna get ripped off. I think the more education that we have in terms of investing in the country, buying properties, real estate, I think that I can be a person who can, explain and be an advocate for that.
Are you familiar with the Jamaican government's involvement in the diaspora council?
I know that that's a part of um I know that's a part of the diaspora. I know the government has to be involved because you have to give a report to the government as to what you do. Yes, I do. I know that much. Yes, but in terms of like how deeply involved, I'm not sure.
So, for you personally, you're okay with working for the Jamaican government in this capacity?
Well, yeah. I mean, the Jamaican government is instrumental in just about anything that has to do with even in terms of the prime minister coming here. You if you're not if not gonna be involved in the what the government is doing, then what's the point? Not every position, it's not a non-profit, not a non-profit organization. It's an organization that's based off the Jamaican government, their involvement in the diaspora here and there. So therefore, I have no problem with that. I don't think I have to be a political person in terms of saying, well, I'm a PNP or I'm a JLP or I don't believe in this and that. I like you're representing a significant and influential set of people, and there are laws and there are rules that the government has. So you have to work with the government. Yes. I don't think I have to be a politician, you know, to work with the government.
Well, not work with the government, but work for the government.
And I work for the government, yes. I mean,
Okay.
at the end of the day,
So,
right? At the end of the day,
mhm,
when you want to serve,
mhm.
your people, at some point you have to get involved, not just in small things or large. You have to get involved. Involved at some point, they're gonna have to be a part of the government. But I don't think that it's a position where I have to say I am for this party or whatever. Whoever the ruling government
Okay.
is, that's who you work
Okay.
with. Yeah.
And is there anything that you would do differently from how it is being run now?
I can't honestly say yes. Like I said, I'm just starting to really read upon the position and see, and um there are some things that I understand that's controversial, and Yeah, I mean, there's something that's controversial, but like anything else, I believe that sometimes a personality can make a difference in terms of how things move. You know.
Yes, yes. Have you gotten a chance to look at the terms of references?
In terms of what? You have to clarify that.
Yeah, for the global Jamaica diaspora.
You mean what is
Their terms
required?
of references.
No,
For the global Jamaica Diaspora Council, there are terms of references. Have you got a chance to look at it?
I mean, you have to clarify. I don't have my
So,
everything in front of me.
wait.
But
let
example,
me, yeah, am I going, Kevin? Hello? Kevin,
Yeah. Go ahead.
oh no, sorry. You're still getting that.
I think there's an issue.
You're still
coming
getting
in
that
and out.
echo?
Go ahead. I'm gonna jump back in. Go ahead. I'm gonna jump out and come back in. So
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, Hope.
Yeah.
There's a time, right? One time somebody told me about a job and I said, okay, fine. And I applied for the job. And what happened is that they didn't tell me a lot about the job. They just say, here's a job that I think you'd be good at. And I went for the interview and I didn't do well. And part of that was because they didn't tell me, and I didn't take the time and effort and go to see what was this job all about. Now, as I'm listening to you, you mentioned that the CG said that it would be a good job for you. And I have no doubt that she truly believed that. But I hear Kevin ask you about the terms of reference. And the terms of reference is actually the working document that sets out the rules and the responsibilities for the members of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I don't know if the CG mentioned it to you, but she should have. Then there's another document, and it's called the Diaspora Policy. And the policy is the government's position on the diaspora. The terms of reference is how the diaspora should interact with its members and the government. And let me show it to you.
Mm-hmm.
This is it. It is right here. This is a document. The terms of reference that he was mentioning to you. Right. And let me take this down because I want to show you, I want to have a discussion with you and then show you some things in here. The term diaspora is a very simple term. It simply means people living away from their home country, live outside the country. And this organization is called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. But when you look at the policy, and I'll show you the policy as well, the primary purpose of the policy is for the diaspora to assist with the national development of Jamaica. Not people in the diaspora. They say it right there. They say it in a few places, but when you look at how it's practiced, it's about the government of Jamaica. And then you say to yourself, then how can a diaspora organization be looking out for the national interest of Jamaica at the expense of its members, the people living in the diaspora? And one of the questions I've asked former and even the current representative of the Northeast is, how many Jamaicans have you helped to seek shelter? People who are homeless or people who are in shelters, how many of them have you helped? How many of them have you helped with immigration problems? How many of them have you helped with medical problems? How many of them have you helped with them trying to access social services in the Northeast and they don't know where to turn? How many of them have you really helped? Because what I hear is, and you said it, that you'd be working for the Jamaican government. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. If it's a diaspora organization, there are certain things that you attach to a diaspora organization. For one, a diaspora organization, and we did the research, A diaspora organization, by its very nature, is supposed to be looking out for the people it represents. So when we looked at the Nigerian diaspora organization, we looked at the Irish diaspora organization, and we looked at a bunch of them, one of the things we found was a complete separation from government. There's a bridge, but in this case, with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, what we're seeing is that the Jamaican government is overarching. It's on top of that organization. And by the way, it doesn't call itself an organization. It calls itself a movement. And we're saying if you're truly interested in dealing with Jamaicans, then what you should do is make it a 501c3 charitable organization so that you can actually raise funds. And there are things that you can do that you cannot do as a movement. For one, you can't raise money as a movement, because if you do and you're sending money to Jamaica, you now subject yourself to the Foreign Agents Registration Act, meaning that you have to register with the Department of Justice. So let me show you.
It's complicated.
Yes. So I'm surprised that they didn't share all of this with you. But let me show you something why. Here we go. The first thing I want to show you, and by the way, this, what I'm showing you, this is the second iteration. They did one, and for some reason, they updated it. Now, look at this.
I have to make it. Okay, fine.
Can you see this?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Roman numeral 6. It says, it is important to know that the council is not an arm of the government of Jamaica. It's not an arm of the government of Jamaica. And if you work for the government of Jamaica, then by extension, you become an arm of the government of Jamaica. And by extension, you now have to file with the Department of Justice under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Look at the second sentence. The views expressed by council members do not represent the views of the government of Jamaica. So then how are you going to work with the government of Jamaica or work for them, and then you can't express the views? Because they're saying to you that, hey, whatever you go out there and say, that's not representative, that's not us. So then they say, the third sentence, they say it's advisory in nature, and you make recommendations and the government may or may not accept. So one, you're going to be working for the government of Jamaica in this council, but the council is not an arm of the government. And when you speak, you can't speak for the government. Keep those three things in mind.
Ironic, okay.
Keep those three things in mind as I show you this. Governance structure. They're telling you now how it's going to be run. Look at the first sentence. It says, the council will be led and supported by 4 individuals. Who are these 4 people? The chair will be the minister. That's a junior minister in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. That's a government official who lives in Jamaica, not in the diaspora. The second one, let's skip the second one and go to the third one. The third one is the Undersecretary for Diaspora Protocol and Consular Affairs. That's a government official who lives in Jamaica. The fourth one, the Director of the Diaspora Affairs Department in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. That's a government official that lives in Jamaica, not in the diaspora. And the fourth one now is a vice chair. See it right here, sir? See it right. That's a vice chair.
That's the last one. That's the one you say wasn't going to talk about before. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a vice chair appointed from among the diaspora members of the council. So that's somebody who's elected to the council, but then is appointed by them, by the government. So now tell me, how do you plan, given everything I've told you, the first 3 things, and now with this, how do you plan to represent the interest of the diaspora?
Well, okay, so it does say that it's advisory, that our position is advisory. And it says that the government may or may not take the counsel that we give, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the things you had said is, how can you be in a position like this and you will not help somebody in terms of immigration, in terms of, say, there's somebody homeless. I have helped in all those different positions because of the position that I held as president of JAMAICA, where you have the people, you come you come into contact with these people all the time, because people just automatically, once you're the president of an organization that has Jamaica on it, they feel like, you must know somebody who can help me and stuff like that. And you can pick up the phone and make a phone call or whatever. But to answer your question directly, it said advisory, right?
Mhm.
And even though it's a government entity, it appears to be a government entity to me, right? Based on what you're showing
Mhm.
me. Then
Mhm.
it is my position to give advice, to do the research, to talk to whoever I need to speak to, and then come back. Now, the question is, after you've done everything, what if they don't take your advice? But it is still an advisory position, and the whole point is to grow Jamaica, right? That Jamaica get the recognition that they need. If it's, and you're saying under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, they're involved, because we're talking about foreign stuff. So I believe that my position would be to bring my experience, to do the research, to find, based on whatever the subject is, or what are the whatever it's communicated, that I bring advice, is the advisory board. So I don't have to be a political, but I also still represent. I just say, well, once you're representing the diaspora, and it seems ironic that you're representing the diaspora, but you're not really representing, because it's what the government says that makes a difference. That the final say, but you still have your teeth in the grind.
All
You
right.
still have your
Well,
teeth in the grind.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I'm kind of confused. How can you work for the government, but you're elected by the diaspora, but then you're in an advisory capacity, but you can't speak for the government, and you're not an arm of the government? And then this, look at this. See this? Duties and responsibilities of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Look at what it says. It says the work of the council presents an exceptional opportunity for the government and the ministry to engage with a wide range of stakeholders whose views, perspective, networks, and resources, look at the next few words, are essential to attaining the national development priorities of the government.
Okay, so let us just, okay. All right, so
Look
hold
at
on.
what
So
it
the
says.
work.
And look at
Okay.
what it says. Look at what it says. It says proactive, explicit, and far-reaching efforts will therefore be made to utilize the council. Use the council, use the council as a source of advice, ideas, inputs with respect to what? To diaspora interests? No.
What's the
To
government's
government
interest? Yes.
priority at home and abroad.
Well, hold
Now,
on. Okay. So um let's assume that everything is really what the government wants, right? So you're putting it as if it's a precarious position where, if you if the diaspora if the global diaspora the cause does not exist, then who's going to give advice to the government? Because the government has their policies in place, and at the same time they want to expand. So this may be the entity that they're using, right, to actually get more people involved, get more people to have eyes on the government, and to use some of the advice that we give.
all right, good point. Here's my counter to you. The Jamaican government, like every government, they have something called a foreign service. That's their job. That's their job. That's not the council's job. Their job is to go out and do the outreach, the business community, this community, the student community, all of that stuff. If they wanted it to be truly a diaspora diaspora organization, then it should be treated as such. Otherwise, what they should call it is the Global Jamaican Government Council. Because if you're working for the government, you're doing all these things. In fact, do you know that even though we vote for you, you know who can fire you?
The government.
The government. Here it is.
Well,
Let
it
me.
explicitly says that. Well, okay, so and listen, I understand everything that you're saying, right? So
Yeah.
you're saying like, do you really want a position where you go out and you get all this information, all this experience, you give it to the government, and really you don't really have a say. You don't really the entity that you're really representing. It's up to the government if they think that what you're saying is viable, right? So I'm saying that if the Jamaican government, just like any look, we already know how politics in Jamaica is. Okay, there's no secret about how it works. But if the government of the and you're saying basically it should really call the government council basically, right? Because it's the government that run everything. But what if you have a few people who are very influential who can get through to the government what the diaspora really needs and it gets done? How we flip the coin that way? We can flip
No,
the
no,
coin that way now.
no. You can't flip the coin that way because
No,
here's
listen, because what you're saying is that, okay, it's a government that it is really a government entity. Okay. It should really be a 501c3 because once they get involved, then all the different things come into play. And you're even saying that this, what was the term that you used? You said this entity of the government, this foreign entity that the government uses to get information that they should be the one doing it, but it's the diaspora that's doing it.
foreign service.
The foreign service, right? So, okay, so the foreign service, by virtue of their name, they're not gonna get as much information about certain things as say somebody who's on the diaspora. People are more comfortable giving more information where they feel comfortable, right? So maybe we are the vital component that the government needs to get certain points across. And then if we in turn gather all the information that they need, they can't show the 100% of it.
Hold on a second. What kind of information you're saying that the government would need? Help me out.
Okay, all right. Let's assume it's a spoonful of sugar made the medicine go down. Okay, so let's use for example investments in Jamaica, right? So the government already know what they want in terms of say, okay, we want certain people or certain entities to start investing in Jamaica or make it more palatable to the average Jamaican here to say it's okay to invest in Jamaica. Because remember now, the average Jamaican here, this is not to say this is exactly what it is, but they're thinking like, oh, I'm not gonna invest in Jamaica because the last time I buy land, it took me about 3 years before I could actually get anything done, get it in my name and all that stuff, right? But so now that so already your red flags are already up. So maybe what the government needs is the council to reach out and make it palatable to people to say, okay, fine, you know what? Investing in Jamaica is not just about you. It's about the next person coming up. It's about not just real estate and innovation. It's about the creative part of Jamaica as well. It's a cultural part that we can actually, move monies through. And so I can make it more palatable. You make your presentation to the government. And maybe before they would have said, well, listen, that don't make any sense to us, or this is not what we really want. But depends on how you make your presentation. That may be what the very tool that the government needs. Now, the question then becomes, why is it? It's like you're almost saying like this becomes like a cloak where it's really a government arm, but it's being presented as something totally different. But the truth of the matter is, if you know the truth that this is really a government arm, and the government really does not need to get no matter whatever you present, it may not even be considered. Do you still want to be a part of that? Isn't that what you're saying? Because if the truth, if you move the cloak and you said, okay, fine, this is what is really happening, it should really be a 501c entity. So that means that if you want to move monies or you want to move all the different things, you don't become a target, right? So that's the question you're asking. My interpretation of the question. Yes.
No. The question I'm asking you is essentially this:
Did they tell me the whole story?
Do you think that the a diaspora organization should be separate and apart from a government, any government, because the politics is not involved here as far as I'm concerned. You know, it's a government. Any government is a connection to a government that you are now working for a government. Essentially, that makes you the target of the Department of Justice because you're now working on behalf of a foreign government in America. And that's a no-no unless you register. And furthermore, it's not even this council is not even registered. So the question I'm asking is, do you think that a diaspora organization or this diaspora organization should be separate and apart from the government to take care of diaspora needs first and establish a bridge so that you can cooperate and collaborate with the government, but not as a subordinate, but as an equal? That's all I'm asking. Do you think that it should be separate and apart?
Well, let me ask you this question before I answer that. Who brought about this organization? Was not the government of Jamaica?
First of all, well, do you know the answer to the question you're asking me?
No, I'm asking. No, I don't. That's what I'm asking you. I don't. Okay. Like I told you, I just really started doing my little research. I really started, and yeah.
Well, this thing started in 2020. January, it not started, it came to life in 2020. It replaced the Diaspora Advisory Board to the government. And the government didn't have a representative in that body. And then what happened in 2020, they decided that they came up with a policy, and then they came up with the terms of reference to support the policy. And they actually say it in the policy that we are creating this policy and we're going to create a mechanism to support this policy. And that mechanism is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And the argument that I've heard, and the argument that I advance as well, is that let's make it a 501c3 standalone organization to deal with issues affecting people living overseas, Jamaicans living overseas. We should also reach out and extend a hand to the government. For example, with Melissa, we should be helping. But from what I hearing you saying is that you will be working for the government, and the government has no interest or very little interest in Jamaicans who don't have big money to go home and invest. Because I heard you say, well, yeah, they want to come home and they want to buy property. And how many Jamaicans here can afford to do that? Not a lot. How many Jamaicans here are suffering like dog? A lot. And so I'm saying, why not focus our attention on the people here? People who are sleeping on them car, women who have young babies on them in a shelter, people who are eyed from ICE, all of that. That's what a diaspora organization is supposed to do. It's supposed to be helping out. And in fact, this same council, there's a part in it where it says, we are going to help you to, what the word them use, Kevin? Them not progress, prosper. We're going to help you prosper in the country where you live. And if you ask the question, how are you going to make me prosper? For example, how are you going to help the people to prosper when the Jamaican government's priority is not about people prospering in America? It's about getting investors and funding to Jamaica, even though they have a foreign service person who's responsible for that. And by the way, Hope, just so you know, when I say foreign service, we're talking about ambassador in America, the ambassador and the CGs. But guess what, Hope? They also have honorary consuls.
Yeah.
And those people are there to help. So why you need the diaspora then to come and help you as well? And when we have people that suffer like dog, why?
Well, okay, so my short answer to that is this. If you don't play it, you can't win it. If you're not a part of an organization, so you can say, look, okay, so let's assume that everybody decided, you know what? I take my hand off of this because this is too complicated, right? So you're back to nothing. Now, if you have somebody in, my husband come to pick me up. So if you have somebody in the global diaspora, right? If you have somebody in it, and that person is thinking, even like how you're displaying, right? Because let's face it, like I said, the atmosphere is fearful. Even as a citizen, you said to yourself, so wait, suppose I go to Jamaica and come back and say, oh, you're not coming in. Because I may have a passport, but they may say, no, you're not coming in. So even though it seems far-fetched, this is how I'm thinking, right? A next person who, I mean, all of us know somebody who not here legally or overstayed their time. You know, a couple years ago, one of these in the American government, one of the judges that was supposed to get this big position, and he had hired a nanny who was illegal like 10 years ago, whatever, right? And because of that, he couldn't get the position. So backtrotting, we all know people are in the different positions. Now, if you don't have a representative, even to have the ear of the government, where we stay? Where are we? So
Okay,
you
let me
have
answer
some
that
very
question.
valid points, right? But the point of the matter is that unless you're in it, you can't win it. You can't even get a 5% or a 20%. You never know how the tides can shift. Let us assume that I come in and I say to the government or the bodies that be, this needs to be done in a different way because you're more exposing the people, in terms of you're not really helping. You always have to need somebody who can speak up. If you can't talk, you have no grounds, right? So even from your point of view that this is really a government entity, they're not really here to help the people here. They're really only here to help the people in Jamaica. Unless somebody comes up who can speak for the two sides, get a money for answer.
All right, let
Just
me
nobody
ask you a
can listen
question.
to you.
Let me ask you a question. Would you be, as a candidate, would you be willing, because you say you have to be in it to change it or become a part of it, right? You have to be in it. Would you be willing to go in as a candidate and say to them, listen, you cannot have a diaspora organization run by a government. It has to be run by members of the diaspora. And if you're going to have a diaspora organization, then it has to be registered as a 501c3 so that we can take care of people. Would you be willing to go in and do that?
If I'm fully convinced, yes.
No,
Listen,
no. Are you convinced?
wait. No,
Are
you're
you
giving me an
convinced?
argument. Hold on, you're giving me an argument, right? Which is solid enough. It sounds solid, but I have to do my research. I said, what did this man talk foolish to me? He gave me all this information on the spot, so I had to be a quick thinker. But if I'm convinced that listen, I'm not a 20, 30, 40-year-old girl, okay? I'm an older lady, right? Even though I don't want to say it, but in other words, I have life experience. And so for me, to thine own self be true. Why should I go about doing something I don't believe in? If
Hold
the
on.
information is given to me and I can sit down and say, well, okay, you know what? This makes sense, this don't make no sense. Why can I not say what it is?
Here's why. Here's why. I just
They're
gave you
gonna
the
fire
information.
me? They're
No,
gonna
no, no.
fire me?
Hold on a
Okay.
second. Hold on. I just gave you the information. I just gave you the citation, and it clearly says that 3 out of the 4 run them run the organization, them run it, led and directed by them. So I just gave you the information. So I don't know how much more you're going to need for me to convince you. But here's
Well, me having to look for the document myself and read out
well,
because everybody have a
let me
different
show it to
way
you
of,
again. Let me show it to you
everybody
again.
have a different way of learning and absorbing
You want
information. Right? For me personally, sit down and go through the thing and say, oh, you know what the guy right, All right.
all right, but hold on now, hope, hold on.
Go ahead.
You're run for the position. So the assumption would be that you read the document already. That would be the first assumption, that if you're running for a position, then you would at least read the so-called Bible.
I read the listen. I read the document, but I didn't go through everything. You understand me? As a matter of fact, I didn't even know I was gonna be interviewed. Yesterday she tell me blah blah. I was like, oh shoot, yeah, okay. But to your point, if I feel that this is what the argument that you're giving me, if I feel that it is solid enough, now what would stop me from really saying it? I mean, does it mean that I am a firebrand because I'm bringing an argument to the government? The point of the matter is that when you have a position, things always change, but at the same time, obviously, this is something that the government sat down, thought about, that this is how we're going to run this program. If I'm a part of that, why, if I really believe what you're saying to me, right? And obviously you give me food for thought, that this is my job, if I am convinced, to make an argument.
Right.
What's the worst? Wait, what's the worst can happen? Let's say go about your business, sit down. Okay, yeah, go to the next person then.
All right, hold on. Kevin won't come in, but I just want to ask you one more question before Kevin comes in, because I know you have to go to. Let's say you're convinced that we're gone past that now where you say, I have to be convinced. No, you're convinced that, wait a minute, the government shouldn't
I'm convinced.
No, I'm saying just for the sake of this.
Just for argument's sake, yeah.
That you're saying, I'm convinced now that the government shouldn't run this organization. It should be run completely by people in the diaspora. It should be a 501c3, and it should be looking out for the needs of the people in Jamaica with a bridge, working with the government. Let's say you get to that point, right? Would you express that to them and say, guys, listen, this is just how I feel about it, and it shouldn't be run by the government. We actually should be running it, and we should interface with you. But in terms of you leading and directing and kicking people off the board and giving us your national priorities, we have priorities here too, and therefore I disagree with it. Would you voice that opinion to them?
I don't know if I would immediately, and I'll tell you why. Because why couldn't another organization be formed that does the same exact thing that you're saying?
Tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Because we were instrumental in forming this organization. So why should we run away from something that we helped to design? And not only that, if they want to change it, then take out the word diaspora and we'd all be fine. Call it the Global Jamaica Government Council, and we'll be fine. But the moment you put diaspora in there, and then not only that, you're asking people to vote. You're asking people to vote, and you're saying, vote in this election, and the person who you vote for is going to be working for us. Not for you, they'll be working for us because they're going to be working on national priorities for Jamaica. So if you said that to them, let me just prepare you in case if you're willing to be convinced, I'll allow you to go read and think. But let me show you something. Let me just show you something.
Yeah.
Take a look at this. See if you do that. Look at K.
Okay.
See that? Individuals whose actions or intentions are reasonably determined to be inconsistent. You know what that mean? We want to run it and you say, no, you want the diaspora to run it with objectives of the council or whose participation would compromise its credibility, effectiveness, or lawful operation shall be deemed ineligible for membership or subject to removal.
I mean, listen, at the end of the day, isn't it their entity? Isn't it their organization?
No, it's not. It's not. We allow them to do it. Hope it's not theirs. If it's theirs, hope. If it's theirs, then why are we voting? Why they don't appoint people then? Just appoint people.
Well, like anything else, if they, as far as they're concerned, why don't, we don't know everybody, but say these people are running for the position, and there has to be a vote, because what a vote means is that this is the person that the diaspora is confident that they can represent them, of the members that can represent them. And of course, like I'm saying, like it's like any board, they have their rules, and you have to. Not everybody's gonna agree with all the rules, but that's why you have a brain. That's why you have convictions.
One second, please. Sorry to interrupt you.
I like that. Please, sir. I haven't heard that in a long time.
Yeah. You have people that work for you, right?
Yes.
What's a couple of the criteria that they need to meet? A couple of requirements that they need to meet to work for you.
Well, first of all, this is in the fashion business. I mean, in terms of the store.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. No. Well, they have to basically be on board what my vision is for the company organization. They have to be on time. They have to be innovative in terms of, when we have these meetings, that they come up with ideas like that.
Okay. So.
And let me tell you, there are people who sometimes they disagree with me completely. And then sometimes I may have to step back and say, wait, it's a personal up on my side. But at the same time, depending on how they bring the argument to me, I have to stop and think and say, well, is this a valid point? And maybe I have to revisit it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I want you to keep that in mind, keep that at the forefront of your mind. How much time do you need to look over the terms of reference and the policy? How much time do you think you'd need to review
I think
it?
a week. A week.
All right.
A week to just sit down and look at it.
We're off next week, and we come back on the 10th. Are you willing to come back on the 10th and talk with us again?
Yes.
After reviewing the terms of reference and the policy?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So,
because I'm not going to tell you, take me a day or two, because I've sit down and look and dissect and.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just show her something, Kevin. Let me just show her something.
No, you see, before you do that, here's why I say this.
Mm-hmm.
A part of this position you really weren't aware of.
Okay.
And taking that into consideration, I would want you to look a little bit more at what the job entails and what will be required of you. Take the information that you just received and this next piece that you're going to get, and look at the terms of reference, look at the policy, and then come back.
And am I allowed to speak to a few people who were on the council before?
Of course, you can talk to whomever, no problem.
All right.
Let me show you something.
Whatever resources that you have available to you, go ahead. Tap into that. Because with that, now you get to take the position of, if there is something that I would change, this is what it would be. Now you can answer that question when you come back.
Okay.
But take a look at this.
But look at this. Go ahead.
This is the diaspora policy. Have you read this?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell me what the not a trick question. Can you tell me what the objectives the objectives of this policy is? What the objectives are? If you can tell me before I get to it. Can you tell me what the objectives are?
Well, you have it right there. You have it right here.
Yeah, they have a threefold issue. They have a threefold issue for the diaspora. Can you tell me what they are? Because you say, if you had said I didn't read it, then I wouldn't ask you.
No, I read it. I can't sit down and tell you honestly. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3. Go ahead.
All right, let me show you this.
Yeah.
See this?
Okay.
Right. That's the threefold issue. That's the first one, right? This is how confused they are, because on 1 minute they're telling you that you're going to work on the national policies of Jamaica. Then they come and says a threefold issue. The first one is development of the diaspora in the host country. Now, seriously now, do you need the government of Jamaica to tell you how to develop the diaspora in the country where people voted for you? Them they are Jamaica, and them are going to tell you, said, this is what we want you to develop it. Meanwhile, you have a group of people who voted for you. You're not corresponding with them because now you're working for the Jamaican government. Look at.
But look, it's like I mean, I don't think anything wrong with that, honestly. What's wrong with that?
With what?
It said development of the diaspora in the host country.
No. Here's what's wrong with it. The government is telling you, right, how that you're going to develop it, and I'm saying, no, wait a minute. You have people from New England all the way down to the mid-Atlantic states who voted for you. Why not go to them and develop it with them? You don't need the government to tell you how to do it. That's the wrong approach, because then if I voted for you and you don't come to me and say, what are your needs? How can I help you? But then you hear it from the government of Jamaica telling you how you should approach me. And most of the time, they're not going to say to you, go talk to them and find out how we can help them. It's going to be how they can help us. That's what you're going to hear. But I tell you what, because I see you look up in the ear, your eyes gone up. So I tell you what you do. Let me remove this. And Kevin said it right. Kevin.
No, listen, I'm a straight shooter. I'm not gonna say I know something unless I know it. Okay. So I mean, to me, it's like, okay, that's neither here nor there, because a lot of organizations, that you represent, they basically tell you what they want, and then you go based on that, and then you can develop your relationships and then bring back some of that into what you're presenting. So
all right. I have a quick question for you. Hope, you're representing the Northeast, and the people in Brooklyn say, hey, Hope, we want some help. The policy says that they're going to help with immigration thing too, right? And them say, Hope, we want help with immigration. And then you go to the government of Jamaica and say, and the government said, no, we're not going to help nobody over there with no immigration stuff. We're not going to do it. We're not going to get involved.
Is that a fact? Is that a fact?
Let me show you something more. Let me show you something.
Is that a fact?
Well, I'll show you something. Wait,
because
wait. Just wait, man. Give me 1 second. It's right here. I'm going to show you something that is going to cause a lot of problems.
To who? Me? Or...
No. Why would we say that about you? No, man. You're good people pick, man. You know. All right, take a look at this.
Okay.
See this?
All right, that's the
challenges. Impact of immigration legislation in the U.S. And I want you to go and read this. I don't want to read this to you because I sense that you, even though I show it to you, you said, no, I want to read it myself.
Yes, okay.
When you go to the policy, this is on page, what page is this upon now, Kevin? This is on page, it's in the appendix. Just go to the appendix and just go to immigration legislation in the U.S., right?
Okay.
And then what you will see is that they're here in this section, they're saying that they don't really dig the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, because the first Trump administration was terrible when it comes to when it was terrible when it came to immigration matters. And so they said, we love Biden, and Biden is going to be doing all of these things. And one of the things Biden is going to be doing, it's right here. The Biden administration has also signaled its interest in restoring immigration system and promoting integration of new Americans. Look at the very last sentence. If successful, there would be multiple ways for undocumented persons to citizenship. Go and tell the Trump administration this now. Say, we want multiple ways for undocumented persons in America to become citizens. This is a Jamaican policy.
If successful, there will be multiple ways.
Yes, because they
we don't have the Biden administration or the Trump administration.
Yeah.
And it's a totally different ballgame.
Look what them say about the Trump administration. You see it right as well. Following attempts by the Trump. Let me make it smaller for you.
Let me make it small, yeah.
Oh, wait, down. There it is. Oh, wait. Following attempts by the Trump administration to tighten the U.S. borders. Because one of the things that they say is that we are going to ensure that you are successful in the country where you live. And immigration is one of the issues that they raised. So I'm asking you now, would you be willing to go now and defend this to the Trump administration?
Me?
You'd be crazy. You'd be crazy.
No,
so what
you need the ambassador.
No. There you go. There you go. And the ambassador is what? Part of foreign service. There you go. So why they want you involved in it then? Why would they want the council to be involved in it? No. So here's what happened. Kevin said the right
like this. No, me definitely no. I have to read and dissect that because first of all, that was obviously written at least 2 or 3 years ago. Right? That's not written since 2025.
But
right?
It's
because
the
a new
same
administration in policy. Wait. It's a new administration that's in policy right now, right? Secondly, that I don't see where I'll be getting a meeting with the Homeland Security and immigration people to change anything like that. I wouldn't be getting an audience. I'm not a government entity, as you already gonna say. Yes, I am, but that was written a couple years ago. So the Biden administration is no more. The immigration policies have changed drastically since. So that argument is kind of mute in a sense because
Hope. Here's why it's not mute. It's still the policy. It hasn't been removed from the diaspora policy. It's still there. Go look at it today. It's still there.
Don't worry, I'm going to look at it next week after my couple days off.
And the second thing is, it's not a different government, it's the same government in 2020 that is the government of Jamaica right now. The third thing is this: what if the ambassador said to you, Hope, you're a representative, and so what we'd like you to do is we'd like you to go talk to your councilman or your council member and talk to them about trying to effect some policies so that Jamaicans who are here in an undocumented fashion, that they can probably, come up with some legislation to try and make it easier for these people to secure
Legal status.
the legal status in America. What would you say to your boss?
Look, you have a blind. I mean, these policies are on the news every single day. You look at the New York Times, and they're getting more and more stringent in terms of even somebody overstay a week, you can't even come back to the country. So wait. You asked me a question. Listen, you asked me a question. So let me give you an answer. And this answer is not even based on all the information I could gather, but you're saying that the government that was in when this was written, it's the same government. It has not changed it hasn't changed the wording, put it that way, right? They haven't changed the wording. So as far as they're concerned, is the fact that they have not changed the wording, which means that this is what they stand by. They have an old administration. We have a new administration, and we understand that. Wait, now listen, man. When somebody asks me a question,
you're answering a question I didn't ask you. I asked you, so what if your boss
asked me to go and talk to? In this case, would be Lawler. Wait, hold on. It would be, I would have to talk to Congressman Lawler, because he's the one in charge of our district, right?
Okay.
So I'd have to, if he said to me, Hope, I need for you to go and talk to Lawler about possibly giving a voice to the Jamaicans here who are not here legally.
Right.
I could, but it doesn't necessarily mean that. It's just like when you say to me,
Hope.
No, hold on. Like when you say to me, the government.
Hypothetical, man. You fight it. Yeah.
No, I'm not fighting, because I would have to talk to Lala. I would have to talk to Mike Lawler.
So you would go and talk to Lala. You'd go and talk to Lala.
Yes, I would. I would if I mean.
You know what you just done did,
not
Hope?
to say that anything.
You know
what? That's not true, because there's a situation where I don't think it was a Jamaican though that was about to be deported. And he actually intervened, and the person was saved. So the possibilities exist. So I don't know if in terms of a broad spectrum.
No, just one person. Just one person. Hope, you know what you've just done? Given the hypothetical and your answer, you know what you've just done?
What?
You've just broken the law.
How? I can't. The government is. What do you mean the government?
I'll tell you why.
Wait. Who is the boss? Is it the government of Jamaica?
It no matter what the boss.
No, the boss.
No, here's what happened. You said it before. Now you say you work for the government. You're now on the council. The council is controlled by the government of Jamaica. And what you just did, you just lobbied on behalf of the Jamaican government. They asked you to do it, and you do it. And guess what happened? You didn't file under the Foreign Agents Registration Act.
Damn. So what you trying to say now? So you're saying that Karine is in Dunkley is in a position like that now?
You tell her that, not me. You tell her that.
I'll talk to her, because I'm sure there's somebody got a totally different argument. No, you're going to give a totally different argument than what you're giving me.
Hope, trust me on this one. I've read the law. I'm a lawyer. I know how this thing works. This particular one, I may not know about a whole bunch of other things, but FARA, I know how FARA works. Foreign Agents Registration Act. Ask Miss Dunkley about it. Just ask her about FARA.
I'm going to.
Yes.
Believe me, I'm going to.
Let me ask you one question before Kevin asks a question. Is there something I should ask you that I haven't? It's not a trick question.
No, you're a lawyer, right? So when you ask a question like,
no, all of a sudden, I'm a lawyer.
Well, you're the one who told me you're a lawyer, right? Okay, you're the one who told me you're a lawyer. Okay, so the question you should ask me is, do I think I'm built for this? After I do my research, do I think I'm built for this?
Oh, I ask you after you do your research.
You can ask me after, because I'll make a decision.
Don't ask me no.
You can ask me now, and then you can ask me again.
No, but here's the thing. If I should ask you, because one of the things I try not to do, because I don't know if you're aware of this, I was an FBI agent for almost 30 years. Damn. And I'm also a lawyer. So one of the things I don't do, one of the things I don't ask questions if I don't know the answer. So if I ask you, are you built for this? I'm going to tell you, no, you're not built for this. And you know why? Because you admitted to it. You said, look, I have to go and talk to people. I have to go and read these things, and I have to come back. So I'm saying at this point in time, you're not billed for it. Maybe after you finish and you come back next week or so, or when we come back after
You said
the
the
break,
10th,
maybe
right?
we'll say
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yeah, maybe then we'll say, yeah, you're billed. Well, you wouldn't be billed for it. We'll say you're ready for it. So I yield to Kevin.
Is Kevin a lawyer also?
In training.
Or is you training him?
No.
Is he?
Self-study.
Self-study. Oh, it come like the Kardashian girl. Okay.
Hope.
Kardashian.
I don't even have another question for you. I just suggest you take your time to look at these policies, to look at the terms of references, and I can warn you, the current terms of reference and the former terms of reference, you may be looking for some references or reference points in one of them that you will not find.
True.
I'll warn you about that now. But take your time, read through, highlight, take your notes, use whatever resources you have available to you, ask some questions, and then come back and we'll talk some more. This is not an attack on you. At minimum, this is to prepare you for what you are looking to get into.
And I appreciate it. Actually, I do. I really do. I think it's I think it's eye-opening. And considering that Mr. Rattigan is, I think I hear what he was saying was like he's one of the persons who started the original thing.
His name Will. That was Mr. Rattigan.
No, I didn't start the original thing. I didn't.
You say him a lawyer, man.
No, I didn't start it. But here's what you do. Here's what I suggest you do. I suggest you go talk to Akilah Maitland, talk to Karen Dunkley, talk to Michelle Tolonil, and then you can also reach out to the people at the consulate, reach out to people at the ministry in Jamaica, and don't tell them you know me because they might ask a whole bunch of questions. So, but that is what you do, and in preparation to come back, because we want to make sure that you're convicted about the position that you take and your decision. We just don't want you go inside there and then next thing you know, you're like, some of these folks that they go in and they just go along to get along with the government. We want people who are actively responsible for us meaning people in the diaspora, because we need help and we need somebody who can represent that need. We don't want people going inside and say, well, we're going to rub shoulders with the ministers and we're going to take pictures with them and we get invited to the various cocktail parties and all of that. We don't want that. We want somebody to go and roll up them sleeves and go inside there and fight for us. And you ask a very good question. You asked several good questions. One of them was,
I did?
One of them was, hey, why you want to go inside there and do all of this? Why don't you, go ahead and do your own or whatever, right? And I was telling you that in truth and in fact, it's our own. But apart from that, it's this. The terms of reference does provide for reform of the document, for amendments. And in fact, like Kevin mentioned to you, that when you look at those two terms of reference, because there are two of them, you will see
the one before and okay.
Right. You will see things in one that you won't see in another. And so,
but the last one is the one that's active now, you're saying, right?
But the last one is also incorrect because it mentions some things in there some things that are not in there. They're in the first one. And they don't reference.
Hold on, wait. Because if the second one is the second one a true document, now this is what they're going by now. I mean, the first one was whatever they had before, but the second one is the one that they're now using in it. Yes?
Yes, they're using the second one, but there are things in the second one that
they reference to.
For example, they'll say, look to section 9 and 10, and there's no section 9, there's no section 10. You have a section 9 and 10 in the first one, but the second one doesn't reference it. Look to the first one and you'll see what we're talking about. It's not there. And then there are a whole bunch of contradictions in there when you look at both of them. I think the people who drafted it, they're fully conflicted. But then when you look at it, because on one hand, they wanted to have a foot in the diaspora and a foot in Jamaica, and it can't work like that. You have to have both feet in one place. Either you're going to do it here, and the moment you say diaspora, it has to be here. It cannot be in Jamaica. But to get inside there, yeah, to make changes, you have to be willing. You have to be courageous. You have to be determined that I am going in there representing a constituency that accounts for the largest group of Jamaicans living outside of Jamaica, the Northeast. And therefore, I am not yielding. I am not backing down. I am going to represent my point. And if you talk to people like I do in the Northeast, they're saying, we don't want the government to run the diaspora organization. We want it to be registered. In fact, do you know that you become the representative for the Northeast? You know that you're going to be required to travel from Maine. You're going to be Maine, New Hampshire, Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, DC.
We lost her.
She gone.
We lost her. I don't think she left, but
I think the battery might have died.
Yeah.
All right. So folks, you know, man, we're at 7:22. We not get to we not do the thing at Kevin, the diaspora council thing. We don't get to it. We don't get to OPDEM. We were reaching some place with Michelle, and we're trying to kind of dovetail it into the thing, the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. OPDEM, we don't get to that. JPS, we not finish JPS. That's how things are around here, people. We just can't get to the things that we need to do. But Law I said she gallop. No, man.
No. I really don't think she left us. I really believe that her device probably died or something else. I don't think she. I really believe she's interested in learning more about what will be required of her in this position, and she wasn't given the full picture. And so when she's hearing all of this, it's new. It's kind of overwhelming because she's basically sold on the idea of coming in and being an aid to people in the diaspora. But she just didn't know how deep it went.
Right.
That's my true belief.
You know, Kevin, let me just interrupt because we just let me just show. Somebody just put in the chat, I'd rather watch Malema than listen to you know, whatever. But this is what we really need. We need somebody who's gonna go in there and challenge the authority. And I don't think we got that from Hope, but hopefully she's gonna read this thing. Like she said, she needs to be convinced, and she's not convinced yet. So she needs to be convinced of the things that we're pointing out. So she has to go read. But just to take a quick little break, folks, I just want to show you what it means, what I would be doing and what I'm looking for. Somebody asked about Malema. Take a look at this.
I'm going to ask respectfully General Mkwanas to confirm that the statement that has been made. I know that procedure.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order.
Yeah, can I finish what I'm saying? So
on a point of order, Chair.
When you call the point of order.
No, I insist on a point of order. We are about to mess up. On a point of order.
Okay, point of order taken.
There is no General Mkwanazi before this committee. He's not here until we've satisfied his appearance before us. It is procedurally wrong. Because once you talk to him, the first thing he must do, the first step he must do is to take an oath. Is to take an oath. Then, only then, he's before us. In the absence of the oath, let's release him. He's not part of this mess. He's a witness called to come before us after he was told he met all the requirements. You can't ask him anything. The only time we are going to interact with him, because if you ask him something, I'm also bound to ask him something because me and you enjoy the same rights. And then the whole house is going to start asking him questions. He has not administered an oath of, it's not taken an oath. So please, Chair, we are all agreed. Let's release him. And I don't know if 15 minutes is realistic because he's going to take up issues with the legal team as well when they arrive there. So I don't know, but to engage General Mkhwanazi is actually out of order because he's not before us. He has to first take, he's not a member of parliament. He has to first take an oath and then from there we can engage him.
Yeah, no, that is a valid point, Honorable Member, and I 100% agree with you that he is not properly appearing before us.
That is what we want, Kevin. We want somebody who's going to go up there and speak to the chair and say, listen, you cannot run the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. And guess what, folks? They will either have to kick you out or they take a vote. And if a vote is taken, you'll know who the traitors are. When I say traitors, people who violate their oath. And when I say oath, because when you represent somebody, there's a bond there. There's a bond between you and the voters that you're going to represent them. We ever hear this, that you vote for Hope or whomever, and they represent the government. They work for the government. We ever hear something like that? They work for you because guess what happened? The government is saying, listen, we set the agenda, we set the meetings, we tell you what to do, when, where, how, why. We do all of that. But your constituency will vote for you. And then you will do as we say. You need somebody to get inside and say, no, it cannot work like that. And then the people who vote for that, no, we have them on record. No, we have them on record, and then you can go back to the various communities and say, listen, did you know that this person voted for the Jamaican government to continue running this movement? Them can call it an organization. And guess what, people? In terms of organization versus movement, it is an organization. When you look at the terms of reference, when you look at the policy, it is an organization. So then, why is it not registered? Why? Cannot be registered because you have government officials running it. It's simple. 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 So the part I just show you right here, and I know they're watching, and we're gonna get into this another time. But where is it? Wait there, Kevin. There. Where is it? Oh, here it is. This part right here. Let me show you. All of you, the what I'm calling them, the electoral committee. We know that you changed the rules. How much time we have? Half hour. All right, you know what? Make we go to it then, Kevin. Hold on, make we go to it. Could have spent a half hour upon this. People, remember we said we have a big announcement to make, right? We have a big announcement.
I don't know what it is our listeners know about me. I've been saying some things about me in this chat.
Let them say.
Lady Jane said, I'm still in shock.
Okay. No, and somebody said, no, like Hope was saying that I was probably part of the people who did it. No, not me. I had nothing to do with the policy. I had nothing to do with the terms of reference. Folks, remember, I just started doing this like what, 4 years ago? I started sitting behind the microphone after COVID. I'm a newbie. It's just that I've spent my waking hours studying upon all of these things. That's all there is to it. So if I sound like, I know this thing like the back of my hand because I was there when it started. No, I know it like the back of my hand, but not because I was there when it started. It's because I have put in the hours, right? Now, remember, when they came out with this thing, with this council and the voting, remember they put up they put this up. Where is it? They put up the first one. Where is it, Kevin? Okay, here it is. They put up this, if you remember. This is the first one they put up, and they didn't put it up right away. People kept asking, when is this thing coming up? Because we heard that there was going to be an election. And look at what it says. Registration starts Wednesday, 15th of October. Nominations, same day. And the election was from this 20th of November to the 13th of December. And then guess what, people? Some of you registered as required, and then you started voting since the 20th of November. And lo and behold, the folks went and they changed it to another date. They give us another, here it is. This is the newest one. Look, the nomination period now ends January 19th. And then the 21st of January, they're going to publish the final slate of candidates. And you can, then to vote, to register as a voter, you have until the 24th of January. And then the 28th of January, you start voting. Maybe you guys can't see it. Let me big it up. There it is. There it is. Remember now, the original one says we're going to finish up everything in December. And look when we're going to finish now. We're going to finish in February. They recently sent this out, right? And I'm going to show you. And remember, when I applied, they come back and say, we're rejecting your application because you didn't give us a
headshot.
Yeah, they didn't. No, I did give them a headshot, but they said that I didn't put up the my CV, my resume, right? Yes. No, what they said in the thing is that resume optional, right. Meaning it's not required. And they said we're rejecting it because you need to do this. So I did it. Then they came back and then they notified me. They put up my picture and say, yes, you're a candidate. So there are 4 candidates for the Northeast. 4 candidates for the Northeast. So all of that finished. People started voting. Well, lo and behold, the powers that be, them send me this a week ago. I didn't even see it. So the date up here. So the date here. Hold on. See the date right here. This was last week when we were on, But no, after we're on, this is when me I play music, Last week when me I boogie down. Them send it, look when them send it to me, 10:23 p.m. See it right here. Let me show you, if I don't think me I lie. I guess them probably that wait till me start playing music. See it, 10:23 p.m. them send it, last week, Saturday. Them I work late. But anyway, electoral committee for the Northeast. Now look at what these idiots, and I have to call them idiots of the highest order. We can't spare them. Look at what they're doing.
Hold on, Provost. Wayne, they probably changed the date because of Hurricane Melissa. Hurricane Melissa was in Western Jamaica, not in the diaspora.
Exactly. And Wayne, by the way, don't forget that in 2020, they had an election in Jamaica with COVID raging. Remember that? And that was in Jamaica, and they had a general election. Now we have an election overseas, far removed from COVID. Tell me one tree COVID blow down in America, or one house. No. But look at this. Look at
Melissa, this. You say COVID. COVID no blow down a tree.
but look at this. It says here, dear candidates. I mean, them send it to you. Dear candidates. The Electoral Committee writes to provide a formal update regarding the electoral process. This is last week Wednesday. This is after them done vet me and them say, yes, you're a candidate. And then people started voting. It says here, and it's important, we have 25 minutes. So I'll read this. It says, as previously communicated and placed in the public domain, the elections were postponed. You see it right there, sir? The elections were postponed due to what? Hurricane Melissa. How many of you in America, Hurricane Melissa blew down on a shop and things like that? All right. Now listen to this. Following this postponement, it was brought to the attention of the Electoral Committee that voting activity had commenced prematurely. How you can vote prematurely? Why you open up the voting booth then? Why you open up the voting portal before it's due? Why? You ever hear something like that? You open up a polling station before the day of polling, right? People come and vote, and then you say, oh no, they shouldn't have voted because the polling station is not open for business. But you open it and make the people them come in and vote. And by the way, people voted.
Must come vote.
Yeah, and people voted during the time period. During the time period. And them say, before the application period has fully closed, before the slate of candidates was approved and ratified, before the official campaign period has begun, and prior to the formal opening, and look at this, prior to the formal opening of the voting period, then I will open it. The people them vote. I will open it. People, make we go back and show them. Make we go back and see, I know. Election period 20th of November to the 13th of December. Why you open it before the 20th of November? If you're claiming that people voted before the 20th of November, why you open it? And then Kevin, tell people, say, we have your vote.
Is it prior to the 20th of November or prior to the new date that they're referring to?
This is the one that they're talking about. This is the one that they're talking about. So people voted before the date because the new date, the time not come yet.
Yeah, but they changed the date. By the time you got this email, the date had already changed. So it would have been in the original period for voting.
Yeah, but what happened is that it's crazy because they opened it. People voted after November. And people voted after November, and then they say, oh, people started voting too soon. Why you? And then guess what? Guess what now, Kevin? It's closed now. If you go and try and vote now, it's closed. So that's why I'm saying these people are idiots of the highest order. Where them find them people are from? Then look here now. In light of these procedural irregularities, and I'm sure I say caused by us, the electoral community has determined that the electoral process has been reset in its entirety. See that, people? Then look at this now. To be clear, them say candidates are not required to submit their application. However, all applications without exception are subject to re-review and reapproval. Now, if it's voting is the issue, why is it that they're going to review a candidate that they already approve? If voting is the issue, remember, no. Voting is the issue.
That is the issue, however, because chances are somebody was getting the majority of the votes already, and it was leaning towards that. So voting is the issue.
Well, people, I am here to tell you that I heard it. I don't have any independent knowledge of it, but I've heard from reliable sources that they looked at the early voting and they saw that a gentleman by the name of Rattigan was leading, and they said, we can't make this happen. That's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. But I think I ought to tell you that. And the reason why I ought to tell you that is because those of you who voted, they're saying now that your votes won't count. So I need to let you know that. Now, look at what else they said. They said they're going to review and reapprove the applications, right? Now, remember now, my candidacy was not the issue. The issue was that they opened the gates and people started voting, and some people voted during the time period after November the 4th. But listen to this. Once the review is complete, candidates will be approved or rejected based on the established eligibility criteria. And look at
the first established criteria or the second established criteria?
It is the second one. It's not the first one, because the first one we already established that. We're past that. Them approve it. Look at this. Them say all approvals will be ratified. So they'll be them going to review and approve or reject. And then we don't know who's doing this now, because look, them say to us, all approvals will then be ratified by the electoral committee. Now look at this. Following ratification, the final list of candidates will be submitted to the diaspora for review. Hell no. It will be submitted to the ministry. It will be submitted to the government. And then the official ratified list will be published on the website. See it right here. See it right here, sir. See it right here. Let me take that. See it right here, sir. MFAFT, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. The government is going to send out the list, right? And them say only after that will you be formally invited to engage in campaigning. Voting will commence strictly in accordance with the blah, 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 blah. All right. This reset applies equally to all prospective candidates. All right. Now, Kevin asked a question. What's the eligibility? All right. The new eligibility with them coming, not the old one, the new one with them just come up with. Here it is right here. Every member must be Jamaican. That was in the old one. You must be at least 21 years of age. That was in the old one. You must be of good character, blah, blah, blah. That was in the old one. Actually, part of C wasn't in the old one. No, look at the rest of it. D, you must demonstrate a willingness to, well on. People, don't laugh.
Sorry.
Look at this candidates.
Yeah,
candidates.
I'm gonna get jokes.
I'll demonstrate a willingness to cooperate in good faith with, not with the diaspora, I know, but with the government of Jamaica and fellow council members, irrespective of personal political affiliation, in order to do what? Advance the objectives. There it is. Objectives of diaspora engagement. That is the government policy. Look at this. Them say, candidates shall commit to promoting the goodwill of Jamaicans globally and to safeguard the positive reputation of Jamaica and the integrity of brand Jamaica. And we know who mash up that across the diaspora. The diaspora is not mashing up brand Jamaica. It's people in Jamaica. It's the government of Jamaica destroying that. And it says, for the purpose of determining if a person satisfies this criteria, as well as the stated criteria in C, you know, that you mustn't bring the council or the government into disrepute. See that? You must not bring the council or the government of Jamaica into disrepute. So they must say, if you say something where we not like and you are say it publicly, then you are disrepute. But here's the thing. I thought they said when you speak as a member, you don't speak for the government. I thought that was part of it. That look, when you speak, you don't speak for the government. So why is it then now that you're going to say to me, so then me destroy brand Jamaica and me now cooperate with the government of Jamaica and fellow council members? But look at these people. It says in order for you to be eligible, see it right here, a person shall be eligible for election only if she, remember no, this is the new one, you know. You have no criminal conviction. That is in the first one. You're not bankrupt. That's in the first one. You have no pending litigation. That's it. All of these in the first one. Now look at I. Candidates shall be willing to collaborate with the ministry with responsibility. So they're saying you must be willing to collaborate with the government. Of course, you're willing to collaborate with the government, provided it's in the best interest of first the diaspora and then Jamaica, right? To strengthen relations across all relevant sectors. That's fine. Candidates must possess expertise in a sector. This one is fine. Now look at K, people. Look at K, because some people are telling me that K is actually not K. It's mean kick out Rattigan. That's what K stands for. Look at what it says. Individuals whose actions or intentions, see that, are reasonably determined. What do I mean by reasonably determined and who is going to be doing this?
Yeah,
are reasonably determined to be to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council. And by the way, I don't support the objectives of the council, because the objectives of the council is to support the Jamaican government. And I don't care who is in government. I'm saying support the diaspora. Then you can build a bridge with the government. But you remember what Hope said? No, Hope said her idea is that she works for the government. And we're saying, no, you work for the people who voted for you, right? And look at this. Or whose participation would compromise its credibility. Of course, I'm saying it's not credible. So that's why we need to get in there and make the change to make it credible. Effectiveness or lawful operation shall be deemed ineligible for membership or subject to removal. That is the Rattigan rule. It's clear as day. So what's going to happen now, people, is that they're going to send me a letter and they're going to say, Mr. Rattigan, based on your utterances, we find that it's clear based. We can impute intentions to your utterances, and those intentions we have reasonably determined to be inconsistent with the objectives of the council, and therefore we are informing you that your candidacy has been rejected. So that is what is going to happen. But here's what happened now, people. We have plan A, we have plan B, we have plan C. We won't tell them the plan, but we have other plans. But I'm waiting for them to send it to me, because I'm telling them right now, council members, you bunch of nincompoops, you bunch of idiots. This is unlike me to call people out like this, but you must be called out for who you are and what you're doing. You are blindingly stupid. How can you have an election set up, have people nominate, and then have people voting? No, have people nominated, have them vetted, have them acknowledged as candidates, have people started to vote. First of all, you open the voting gate, so if people voted before, that's your problem, but it's not a problem of the candidates. And then you turn around and said, you know what? We have to do this thing all over again. And then the question is, but wait a minute. Nothing's wrong with the candidates. The candidates didn't do anything wrong. So how is it now that you're going to revisit the idea of vetting candidates? The candidates didn't do anything wrong. And then you change the eligibility rules. You change the eligibility rules and then come now and say, if you, based on your actions or intentions, are opposed to the objectives of the council, then we can't have you in the council. Now, is that democracy, people? Is that democracy? You only want people who share your view. Is that it? Is that it? And then they ask us to vote for that. People, listen, we know what's going on. All of you imbeciles talking about your member of the Electoral Council. I challenge you to come on this program and justify what you've written. Come on the program. Like Hope is coming back next month. I want you to come on with Hope and justify what you've written now. Justify it. And not only that, don't be scoundrels hiding behind a name. Come out, show your face. Come out and show your face and challenge us, so that if we have to file a lawsuit, we know who we want to file it against. Come out and show us. Come out and show us. But you know what, people? Mark my words. Them not that brave. Them not that brave. Them brave behind the computer. Hope
Keyboard warriors. Keyboard warriors.
Well, Hope there. Also, Hope, yeah. Yes, Hope. Big up yourself.
I apologize, but my back died and I'm in a restaurant now with my husband. So
no
I
apology
just
necessary.
listen. I can't talk.
No apology necessary. That's fine. No apology necessary. I said no apology necessary.
Oh, okay. Thank you, guys.
All right.
I will be back for the punishment.
Thank you. All right. Take care.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye. So people, say what happened is that, so them want, this is not even like a matter of interpretation that you can say, well, they have a point. They have no point. No point. These are the idiots who set this thing up. These are the idiots who, if people voted early, they're the ones to be blamed for it. People didn't hack into the computers and started voting. No, they're the ones who did it. And what about the people who voted during the time period? So and like I said, I've been told, I don't know if it's true, I just have been told that the early voting came in, and when them look, them say, a man gonna lead, and them just say, no, we can't have this man here because this man is coming inside. And like I said, I am supremely confident that if I get there, it will change. It must change. It cannot help but change, because you know why? We are dealing with truth and justice. That's what we are dealing with. You cannot have a government running a diaspora organization and telling the diaspora that you are here to serve our needs. It cannot be that way. And even when they say, yes, we're here and we will help you, there is no help forthcoming. It can't work like that. So I'm just saying, I know, you see what they're saying? They're saying all of you who voted before, and watch, you know what they're planning to do? They're planning to wait until, because they know all of you going to vote again. All of you voted for me. They know you're going to vote and you're going to tell your family and your friends and your co-workers and your church members and this and that. They're going to tell them vote for Rattigan. So you know what they're doing? You know what them think we are fool around here. They're going to wait until like the last minute. No, they'll probably change now because I'm telling them I know what their strategy is. They're probably going to wait till the last minute to say, oh, we're sorry that, but you're not, we're going to reject your application. And by then people just get fed up and just say, sure, they can't bother with it, It's a week now, they say that, So the question then is, what is it that they're going to review? What is it that they think they miss with the first review that they're going to find out in the second review? And we ever hear this, they reviewed you, they approved you, and then they said, oh no, we have to go back and review the whole thing again. Because I'm telling you people, I forgot who said it, that if you have a group of people, in a group of people, if one person, in a group of people discussing an issue, and if one person, only one person has a view that is correct, you know what you have? You have a majority of one. You have a majority of one. I am certain that when I get there, if they send me there, the other members, they will see through this nonsense. And they will have no choice but to say, you know what, he's right. We have to get rid of the government out of the Diaspora Council, and we have to register it, and we have to register with the Department of Justice, and we have to do this, and we have to do that. They know it. They know it. So they just say, no, we don't want him. So all you council members out there, the ones, when I say council members, I'm talking about the electoral commission. What them call themselves, Kevin?
The diaspora electoral commission?
Yeah, electoral committee. The electoral committee, you bunch of numbskulls. If you ever let Rattigan in, on the know what happened, it's over. It's over. Because me not make no bones, me not hide and talk behind somebody's back or send mixed messages. I'm making it abundantly clear. The Global Jamaica Diaspora Council needs to be a standalone organization. I don't have to run it. I don't want to run it. I just want to see it standalone with diaspora members running it, and that it is registered as a 501c3, and then that we can go from there. That's what I want to see. And Lady General, yeah, we can start a new group, but why are you going to reinvent the wheel? We have this group already, and they'll tell you it's for us. They'll tell you. No one is going to tell you, even in the government, that this council is for the government. They won't tell you that. They'll say, no, it's for the diaspora. So if it's a diaspora, why are we going to leave and go farm something else? That's counterproductive. Remember what I said. Don't reinvent the wheel. Just put on some new tires on the wheel. And, we never get to all of the things that we want to get to, but
big surprise.
Yeah. We were having fun with Hope, and Hope is a good sport, and we hope that she'll come back and things like that. But I mean, they tell Hope to run, but they never tell her read, And then Hope said she read the thing, and then Hope try a little thing with me, like when I ask her, I should know it. And Hope said, no, you have it in front of you, you know it. I said, no, Hope. I ask you if you read it and if you know it. But Hope understand now. I'm sure she's gonna talk to people, and people are gonna tell her that. Ralpha, yeah, that's a good question, Ralpha. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to. We never get a chance to go down that road, but that's a good question. No, they're not paid by the Jamaican government. They have to pay their expenses out of their pocket. So just imagine that you control the Northeast, because that's another thing that I would advocate for. That look, we need to take the Northeast and split that into like maybe 2 or 3 regions, because you can't have one person You can't have one person running up and down and spending out of them pocket. It's not going to happen. And that's why we're not getting any representation. It's easy for them to just sit at home and take instructions from the government. That's all. Than to go out and then say, okay, I'm going to go to Brooklyn this week. I'm going to go to Bronx next week. I'm going to set up some meeting, go to the churches, go to the community centers and talk to people, find out what their interests are, bring those to the fore, talk to the group, the council, and say, listen, we need to raise some funds to help some people over here and some people over there, raise some funds to help out Melissa. They don't have the funds to do that. But you see, if you're registered as a 501c3, guess what? You can raise funds and you can pay for people's expenses. You don't give them a salary, but you can pay for their expenses. And people be more enthusiastic about the position because they know that, okay, it's not gonna broke me, and I'm doing what I love.
Facts.
But them don't like a bone in me. But the one thing I can tell you that they don't like me, they don't love me. But the one thing I can tell you about them when it comes to me is this: they respect the hell out of me. And that's all I can ask for. They don't have to love me, don't have to like me, just respect the hell out of me. They used to have a commercial. Say when E.F. Hutton, it was a financial house. When E.F. Hutton speaks, people listen. Likewise, them come around here and them listen and them learn. Them come around here because they are not, carry on. We speak truth to power. We speak facts to our people. And so they know what they're getting when they come around here. And they're afraid of that because they want a lackey. They want somebody who will just go along to get along. And that is not going to happen around here. That is not going to happen around here. Yeah, believe me, Jillian, because I've heard it from lots of people in government and outside of government that listen, you know what, Art, the latest, somebody said to me, you know what, there's at the government, people in the ministry, they're saying that them say, one man have them change all of the rules and I go through hoops and all of that. And I said to them, could you imagine if they made have 6 Rattigan? Could you imagine if they made have 6 Rattigan, what would happen to them? One man. Right. Them are run around and I change rules and them have all kinds of meetings. And I hear meetings come up on is Rattigan. All right, Kevin, take us out, my brother.
Hey,
let's start with the music.
People, it's been real. I'm up next, Reggae Global Radio. I go up until 10. Rebel takes over. You get to relax with the Rebel up until midnight or 1, as the case may be.
Midnight or 1, depending on what they want me to do.
Yeah. So come vibe out. It's been real. I'm jumping off, heading over there now. And the Rebel will be back on Wednesday for Come Reason with Rattigan. And listen out. We'll work something out for Sunday. You get to be easy like Sunday.
Easy.
Until the next couple of minutes. I'll see y'all later.
All right, folks. Kevin, you not the music, man, and let out the people. Hold on there.
So wait, you don't have the music? OT, where you there?
Hold on.
I'm gonna bet that shirt then too.
See the people, we have fight every day for now. See them, people yourself, Kevin. We'll talk later.
I defend the people, them set spice for them. People politicians spread like spam. But we know the bug of them not wise like him. Them not no ties on him. Them know say that the people rely on him. You know say they bring out them Christ through him. That's why all the people them respect him. Just like Selassie and Marcus Garvey. Rock you on the order of the Trinity. A real strong soldier in a army. No simple
On October 28th, Melissa, a Category 5 hurricane, turned her wrath upon our homeland, Jamaica. In the aftermath, thousands of homes were destroyed, lives, pets, and livestock were lost, and dreams and hopes dashed. Resilient as we Jamaicans are known to be, our brothers and sisters on the island need our help now. To this end, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, OJLDF, has launched its official fundraiser. Please donate generously at OJLDF.net. We are depending on each and every one of you to get the most needed supplies to our people at home. Go to OJLDF.net. That's OJLDF.net and hit the donate button today. Thank you.